a true enterprise partner ready to support your needs and scale your solution into the metaverse. A true enterprise partner ready to support your needs and scale your solution into the metaverse. A true enterprise partner ready to support your needs and scale your solution into the metaverse. A true enterprise partner ready to support your needs and scale your solution into the metaverse.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the main stage of Day 2 of AWE Asia 2024. Go ahead and switch to the slides, please. Thank you. I hope that you've enjoyed the conference so far, and that you're excited for Day 2 of the conference. My name is David Weeks, Content Director of AWE Asia. I'll be your host this morning here on the main stage. So this morning we have two keynote speeches running till around 9:50 a.m. Thereafter, we'll begin the concurrent sessions at 9:55 here on the main stage, as well as on both sub-stages, which are just out the door and on the right. The expo hall will also be open at around 10 a.m. If you haven't already started using the Whova app to network with your peers, participate in polls and surveys, and to otherwise engage in the meetups taking place throughout the conference, we encourage you to do so. The top 3 most active users on the app will win prizes, which we'll announce at the closing ceremony and Augie Awards right here on the main stage at 4:35 p.m. With that housekeeping done, it's my pleasure to start our keynotes this morning. So first, we have the reality of our next reality, presented by Mr. Alvin Graylin, Global Vice President at HTC. Alvin has 30 years of experience in AI, XR, and semiconductors. He's the co-author of Our Next Reality, How the AI-Powered Metaverse Will Reshape the World, published by the Hatchet Book Group. He holds leadership roles in the Industry of Virtual Reality Alliance, the Virtual Reality Venture Capital Alliance, and the the Vive X VR Accelerator. Alvin has been a longtime supporter of AWE Asia and has done keynotes at the conference for as long as I can remember. So please join me in welcoming Alvin back to the main stage.
Good morning. Thank you for getting up early and fighting the traffic. I will try to make the next 25 minutes useful for you. So as David mentioned, I'm going to talk a little bit about the reality of our next reality, and it's kind of based on this book that just came out. But there's lots of new things in there that's actually not in the book. But I would encourage you to look at the book at some point as well. So I guess the future, we are at a point where the future is about to diverge, right? It could go very, very good, and it can go very, very bad. And it depends on what we do in the next 5 to 10 years. So this is a critical point for us, our generation, because what we do is very substantial in terms of affecting the future. And this book essentially is a culmination of things that I've been working on for the last 30 years. Neil Stephenson he helped to provide the foreword for the book, and I'm sure you guys know he wrote Snow Crash, which is where the term Metaverse comes from, which was kind of the hot thing a couple years ago. No longer the hot thing, but I think it will increasingly become important again. And I think by the end of this talk, you'll understand why. And this book is positioned as a debate between myself and my co-author, Louis Rosenberg. Essentially, the problem with today's books is that usually people buy books that confirm what they already believe. And so there's very little new learning from that. So we've structured that as debate so you actually do hear both sides, both the optimistic side, which is what I represent, and the pessimistic side, which is what Louis represents. And we've both been in the AI and XR space for 30 plus years, so we're speaking from experience, not like a lot of consultants who are just trying to sell you services. I'm not gonna go through all the chapter titles, but essentially we tried to discuss the major 13 questions that we think people are struggling with. And the last one that's probably the most important is, what do we do today so that we actually get to that positive future that's ahead of us versus going towards the negative side? So there's something that Mark Twain said, or at least allegedly said, that I think is quite relevant to what's happening today, is that it ain't what you know that gets you in trouble. It's what you know for sure that just ain't so. And the problem today is that a lot of people believe a lot of things, and unfortunately, a lot of those things are not necessarily real. And the first one, I think it's something that you guys all know is not true, but it is actually something that a lot of people believe, right? And I won't go through all of these, but essentially today, people really, they don't understand the impact of what these technologies are going to do to us. Whether AI, the capabilities of AI, whether it's going to grow or not, the risk that it brings, as well as the need for doing a race between countries and between companies. These are all issues that are going to have major ramifications, as well as the job implications. There's a lot of people that are afraid of losing their jobs, and they tell each other to make them feel better that, no, it's not going to happen, because in the past, it never, the technology never took away jobs, it only created more. In this case, it actually may be different, right? But the thing is, even though it's different, you may actually be happier for it, and we'll discuss a little bit about why. So the sovereign AI is something that a lot of companies are talking about, which is to have every company, every country make their own AI, and that somehow makes the world better. And I'll explain a little bit why that isn't the case. People still think that XR devices are giant boxes on your head. We know that that's not the case. So I'll go a little bit into kind of the history of media over the last few thousand years. There's the interactivity dimension, and then there is the immersion and experiential dimension. And when we started, we were cave painting, so it was a fixed, non-interactive, fixed thing that worked in 2 dimensions. And over time, we added additional dimensions and additional levels of interactivity. But with technology today, essentially we are able now to replicate pretty much reality in the sense of fully interactive, fully immersive, and in all the dimensions of life that we exist in. Now, the funny thing is that final frontier of media is actually something that we already have in us. Every night when we go to bed, we dream, and we are actually in a fully interactive, fully immersive, and something that we cannot tell from reality type of a medium. So we're actually just trying to create something that we already have in us. Now, why do I think that 3D is something that is really important? Is because if you look over in the history of media over the last few hundred years, we continue to add additional dimensions as we move through different types of medium, from text only to one-dimensional audio to two-dimensional TV to 2.5-dimensional gaming on computers. And now we are actually at a fairly three-dimensional world when we put on our headsets and be able to live in these virtual worlds the way we live in the physical world. We've adapted ourselves over the last few 100,000 years to be optimal in a 3D space. So that naturally should be where we will be headed when we develop the optimal devices we interact with. And as you can see, devices today are already fairly light and somewhat fashionable. But they will get better, right? And if you're a Netflix watcher or a sci-fi reader, you probably have seen this picture, which is the, I guess, fictional headset in the 3-body problem. and in which case this is not just something visual and audio, but it also takes into account tactile and taste and smell and everything. We don't really need to get there. I don't think we don't need to get to a three-body problem device for it to be useful and for it to be something that will be adopted widely. In fact, we are very soon going to face a world where we have, devices that are, very small and very light that we will depend on more so than we depend on our phones today. And these things are, actually all of these devices are either already on the market or will soon be coming out in the market, right? So we're not that far away. People think, these type of devices are very far away, and it's not true, and they are not bulky. And with these type of devices, what we will see is that rather than spending all your time on 2D screens, which we do today, so over 10 hours a day on average globally, we will be spending more and more time on a 3D device or a device on our face. Right? So our screen time will continue to increase, but because that screen is actually something you can see through, you may actually have more time to interact with the people around you, with your loved ones and your friends around you, even though you have a screen on your face, most of your day. So talking about media, one of the folks that are kind of the initial philosophers of media is Marshall McLuhan, and he said the medium is the message. What does he mean by that? And I want to kind of explain a little bit because I think a lot of people don't understand what that actually means. Is that the medium itself and the form of the media and how it is distributed actually tells something about the society that it's grown up in. Right? When broadcast media first came, whether it's radio or TV or print, really it's about control and conformity. It's about having a single person decide the message and let everybody know so that they can all conform to that message. We are now at a many-to-many model, which is social media, and it's really about comparing, because everybody's now comparing against everybody else around them, and that's the message that you're trying to send. We will soon be going to a new model of many-to-one, essentially not many necessarily humans to one, but many channels to one, and every single AI agent out there will be making custom content for you as an individual. So what you see and what the person next to you see and hear may actually be very different things. And that's something that was never possible before, but will be something that will be prevalent in the near future. And what that does is it actually allows that message to help you complete yourself as an individual and make you the best version of yourself. So this coming media is actually something that I think is better for society than the ones that we've had in the past. So why does XR need AI? I won't go through this because you guys already know this, because you guys are experts in this space, but pretty much everything that makes the metaverse and makes XR possible wouldn't be possible without AI. And later on, I'm going to go through the opposite of why does AI need XR, which a lot of people don't talk about, which is just as important. So over the last year and a half, 2 years, generative AI has been the hot topic, and everybody, particularly non-tech people, have the first time heard about AI because of things like ChatGPT. But generative AI is not the end-all of AI. It is not where things are going to stop. In fact, it is also not where things have begun. We've had symbolic AI and connections in this AI really since the 1950s. Right? In fact, I studied both of these in the 1990s or in the early 90s, so at least in my career, these have been around, but nobody cared about it. And it is not the end in the sense of over the next 5 to 10 years, we will get to agentic AI and artificial general intelligence, which takes it to a new level, where these AI capabilities are able to self-direct and get things done, not just answer your questions, right, or just make you a picture. And even in Gen AI, we used to be focused morely just on text. ChatGPT is really a text engine, right? That's why they call it a large language model. But we are now getting into where all of the major frontier models are multimodal models, right? So we're actually now not just putting text in, we're putting video, we're putting audio, we're putting 3D models. All these will be put in, and they will also be able to generate it. And that's going to help us actually solve one of the biggest issues in XR, which means it will be able to create content for us in 3D. So this song was something that was generated from a single prompt. I just asked a question to talk about the metaverse and the future of AI and XR, and it made a song like this. It made the music, it made the lyrics, and if you listen to it, it actually sounds very relevant. Right? The picture, the animation was all done with one prompt. So I'm not going to go through and listen to all of
Welcome
it.
to
But you can
Beyond
see,
Our
from a video
journey
perspective, it's
through
already
the real
getting there,
world,
right? I
where we
mean,
delve
these are
into the
1-2
extraordinary.
minute type videos that are being fully
Episode
generated,
1 unveils
and it's
the
actually
giraffe
relevant in
flamingo,
AI.
a
And it's
stunning hybrid
it's
that roams the
providing things
savannah
that
with
is not
grace
even
and
available in the
vibrant
real
colors.
world. But what's actually more exciting, and it's not just OpenAI do it, there's multiple companies that are doing, including Chinese companies. What's actually more interesting for me is something that I experienced at South by Southwest this year called Topomancer. It's an app where you go in, it answers 5-10 questions about your history, where did you grow up, what were your favorite things about your childhood, and it instantly makes a 3D XR story based on what you just said. And this is using 1 or 2 year old technology. So if they actually apply some of the newer multimodal models, the capabilities would be even better. But I think what that shows is the potential of where we're getting to when I said bespoke media, is that we will be getting to a point where everything will be generated based on your needs, your interests, your personal preferences. So that actually makes everything interesting. And it's great for entertainment, but it's also great for education, and it could also be used for work and training and anything else. But that's where things are going, right? And the realism of these systems are getting better and better, right? You look at this video I'm showing here. Tell me how many of these objects do you think are real and how many are fake? So the answer is all of them are fake, including the table, right? But from looking at it, you really couldn't tell. That's where we are now, right? And if you take that real-time XR, real-time AI XR content generation together with the new devices that we are getting to, we will be able to not only create complete virtual worlds, but also augment your physical world like that one did with the proper lighting and the proper context. There's a lot of people who also say, oh, but AI is going to hit a wall because we're running out of data. There's just not enough data to train them on. So if you look at where we are today, we're 10 to the 13, 10 to the 14 power in terms of how many bytes of data are being used to train the modern models. In the public available text, there's 10 to the 15 or so, 10 to the 16. So there's 100 times more data out there than in public information than what's being used to train. But what's actually not said is that in private information, there's 10 to the 23 data out there. So all the things that are on your computer, on your phones, on the other places, on private networks and corporate networks, we have a lot of data, right? And we have a lot of data that are being generated. Every year, actually, I think every 9 months or so, the total data in the world doubles, right? So we have a lot more data than people think. And so that data is going to continue to make these AI more and more intelligent and more capable. Not only that, we essentially also have the ability to generate synthetic data using the newer models to then train the smaller models. So they can feed on itself. So I don't think we want to underestimate the capabilities of these systems. Now, I'm going to go a little bit quicker because I think we're running low on time. But I wanted to talk a little bit about the trajectories and curves of intelligence versus neural complexity. If you look at this chart, this is essentially how many neurons in a particular being and how intelligent it is. And all of these beings also live in communities and part of swarms or part of flocks, and they themselves also have a kind of community or a collective intelligence. But what we find is that these actually are in two very different curves in the sense of, even though you have a lot of extra total neural count with these swarms, their capability is actually less than a single being with these with the same level of neurons. But the thing that we also don't realize or don't talk about is that these devices that we are now going to compete against, the AI systems and the data centers, they continue to grow. Humans and all of the animals there, we have been fixed pretty much since the beginning of our species. The number of neurons in our brains have not changed. In fact, I think our brains are about 10% smaller than we were 100,000 years ago. But these devices will continue. So we don't need to compete and say, oh, we need to be as smart as AI. At some point in the near future, these AI systems will outthink us. And they're not coming back. And we are not going to be able to catch up, right? Now you have a lot of people like Jensen Huang who talks about the sovereign AI because they sell a lot more chips because they want to sell it to every country. That's not a great idea because what we do is actually create 200 countries, each with their own AI, each thinking they're the good guys and everybody else is a bad guy. And also dividing the limited resources we have in terms of compute, in terms of talent, and in terms of data to create biased and incomplete AI. We need to go the other way. Right? You see these articles that talk about the race between countries, the race between companies, and creating a Manhattan Project for AI. These are all bad ideas. Right? And we know what happened with the Manhattan Project, and we don't think we should not use and weaponize AI in that way. So AGI has huge, huge potentials in terms of making us more productive, making us smarter, making our life better, solving energy crisis, all these other issues that we have in life. So we want to get there as soon as possible versus creating these subpar AIs that are creating negative connotations of everybody else. So there's kind of three main paths people are going through today. There's the doomer camp who says, the future is bad, let's just stop. Because if we stop, the past was always better. We know that's kind of really not true. There's the effective accelerationist, which says the future is great, the dangers in the past, we need to run as fast as possible because that's where the future is going to be. There's now a new camp, I guess, decentralized accelerators would say there's a good path and a bad path. If you choose the right path and run, you're going to be fine. Right, and all of these currently have their issues. We know the future has actually been pretty good over the last few thousand years or tens of thousands of years as we added additional technologies. We know that the future is not always good, and there's going to be bumps, right? And there's actually not necessarily a bear behind us. We don't necessarily have to run. Actually, if we get to this AGI a year from now or 5 years from now or 10 years from now, it doesn't really matter. Right? But if we make the wrong decisions, we can actually really go backwards. And we know that danger is actually in between us and the future. It's not a choice. Once you make that choice, you still have a lot of challenges to overcome. And it's not a single person running. It's actually 8 billion people all trying to get to some place. And these 8 billion people are all tied together with a rope. So that the proper picture we should see is that we are going down a very narrow, very shaky bridge tied together so that if anyone falls, any country, any company, any person falls off of this bridge, we all get dragged down with it, right? So we need to think about this not as a competition, but as a collective project so that we share our resources, pool our capabilities, and then think about safety over speed and think long term. There's definitely a lot of dangers. There's the people talk about the AI takeover. They also talk about alignment problem. I'm actually less worried about these things. The thing that I am worried about is what humans do with it, whether they misuse it, the misinformation, manipulation, and militarization, as well as the job displacement problems that we will have, right? And all of this mental health crisis that we will see. This gentleman, Edward Bullard Linton, he said something that a lot of people have heard, but they probably don't know his name, is that he said, the pen is mightier than the sword. We are now at a point where the prompt is actually mightier than the sword, especially in a year like this where we have elections and all the fake news and information out there. That is absolutely happening, right? You have, Microsoft a few months ago released this project
maybe
where
you're in that place right
from
now,
a single
where
picture, you can create a person saying something that they cannot tell between them and something that was videoed.
There could be some decisions that
and you can take a person's voice with just a few sentences and be able to create a clone of their voice. OpenAI have their GPT-4. Oh, can we turn the sound up a little bit? If you hear the tonation of the discussion, you can hear this AI talking to this gentleman and trying to manipulate him to do something.
I don't have a lot of time, so I'm just going to throw this on.
And this is technology that's available today, right? So these little giggles and little expressions, we are very manipulable animals, and these technologies are available today, right? There's also the danger of misusing it for genetic engineering. You already have CRISPR, open CRISPR, which essentially you can prompt to genes, right? And think about what's capable there. So I'm not going to go through all these job displacement issues, but what people have said is, cognitive jobs are in danger, but manual labor is safe. Really? If you look at what's happening today, you have these robots that are, well, somehow it's not working, but you can see it actually shows these robots doing chores at home and tricks that probably a lot of humans can't do, and they're only $16,000, right? If you had that, I think there's a lot of people who would choose that over hiring humans. And if you look at the job displacement issues that happened, if we look at how horses were replaced by cars in the 1900s, it took 30 years for it to be completely replaced. But if you look at a place like New York, which was, in 1900, there was essentially one car and all horses, to 1913, just 13 years later, it was all cars and one horse, right? In this case, we are the horses, because the things that we can do will be fully replaceable by these capabilities of these AI systems. But I think I'm a little bit low on time. I'm going to run really quick. But I think the metaverse can actually help. It will be able to provide us a place and an outlet for our energies. Even if we don't work, we will still be able to get value, have purpose, and create commerce, learn, do other things inside a virtual world, which is why the metaverse and why XR is so important to our world, right? There's a lot of things that we need to do to help create a proper future, things like better education, things like regulatory bodies, more countermeasures for the risks that are going to be generated, better UBI safety net systems, and a global infrastructure for the metaverse. So some of this is already happening, right? We already have the Singapore reskilling initiatives that are paying any middle-aged person to get re-educated. We have people like Bernie, who's talking about going to a 4-day work week in the US, which is unthought of before, or people wouldn't think about it. You have the AI Act that's happening in Europe that's already helping to bring this to light. And you have the United Nations coming with also their AI resolution that's been agreed by over 100 countries. So things are actually happening faster than I would have expected for this space. And China, US, and EU have all agreed on safety measures through the recent safety summits. So we are definitely on our way. And AI is not a tool, not just a tool, right? Today is a tool, yesterday was a tool, but just like every technology, it will go through to this next phase. Very soon it will become our patrons, because it will have created so much productivity that we will be freed from doing what we are forced to do into something that we would want to do. So why was this statue created is because Michelangelo was adopted by the Medici family, and they gave him training and gave him resources and said, here, have 3 years and make something beautiful. And he was able to do that. We will all soon be able to be given that type of a gift so that we have the free time to do things that we love versus the things that we have to do. And in time, we will get to the next phase, which is where AI becomes our progeny. Because AI today is trained on all the history and memes and culture of our human society over the last tens of thousands of years. And it will continue to take that forward. So we should not be afraid of it. We should not be afraid of it being successful. We should actually be proud of it, just like we are our children when that happens. So why does AI need XR? Because XR is the best interface for AI. I think Ori said that before in some of his prior talks. But it also provides the virtual worlds to provide endless resources for training data. It provides a sandbox for us to do alignment so that we don't get into those alignment problems that we talked about. It provides the most efficient channel for us to do teleop training. It provides a smoother path for job displacement, so we have a parallel market. It also provides a better learning and reskilling capabilities for all of those people that will be displaced. Additionally, it's going to alleviate all of the mental health, a lot of the mental health crisis that we have, because when people lose their jobs, they need to have a new purpose in life. And we will have a global virtual economy that allows us to create more equality and spread of wealth between countries, right? And we also will create greater understanding, which is really key. Now I'm coming to the end of my talk, and I think we all have to play a role. And what we do today is going to make an impact, right? So if you are an AI lab, we need to prioritize safety over speed. If you are a content platform, we need to prioritize meaning over manipulation. If you're a corporate leader, we need to prioritize good of the people versus greed. And if you are a government and a policymaker, we need to make sure that the people are where the priority is versus gaining and maintaining power. And as individuals, we all have a a responsibility to focus on the substance versus our own status, right? So it's really more about summing it up. It's really more about thinking longer term versus shorter term of where we are today. And people talk about the overview effect. When astronauts go into space, they come back and they say, well, I have a new perspective on life, because when they go into space, they see that there's no borders between countries. And we are all on the same single planet, and we need to make sure that we think with that holistic perspective. And I really hope that you guys can help spread that message. Right? Here are some folks, people from Ray Kurzweil to Kevin Kelly to Peter Diamandis. They've all read the book and have said amazing things about it. And I hope you have a chance to read it and be able to get some value out of it. So thank you all for your time. And I'm around all day, so come by and say hi and ask any questions you have. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Alvin, for the inspiring remarks. Your keynotes are always an excellent case study in what a conference session should be. Really an excellent articulation of this moment in AI and its relevance for XR. You always offer us new analytical lenses and a cross-disciplinary approach that we appreciate. So it's my pleasure to introduce our next keynote, research directions in cross-reality, presented by Dr. Mark Billinghurst, who is the director of the Empathetic Computing Laboratory and a professor at the University of South Australia and also at the University of Auckland in New Zealand. He conducts research on how virtual and real worlds can be merged, publishing over 750 papers. In 2013, he was elected as a Fellow of the Royal Society of New Zealand, and in 2019, he was given the ISMAR Career Impact Award in recognition of his lifetime contributions to AR research and commercialization. In 2013, he was elected as a Fellow of IEEE. Please join me in welcoming Mark to the stage.
Well, good morning. It's great to be here. I hope you're enjoying it as much as I am. I certainly really enjoyed the trade show yesterday and the talks we've had so far. So what I'm going to talk about today is about cross-reality, but this is a beach near my home in New Zealand. We have beautiful black sand beaches, and you can see the islands out there. It's a lovely environment. One of the most interesting things about beaches, of course, is it's where the land meets the sea. And at that point, you have a lot of interesting life forms that can live in both places. You've got starfish that can be on the land or in the water, crabs and mussels and the like. And in many ways, we right now have an interesting boundary between virtual reality and reality. So people sometimes think these things are separate. And really, the goal of virtual reality is to separate people from the real world and to create this illusion that you're somewhere where you're not. But as I'll talk about today, the boundary between reality and virtual reality is where a lot of interesting research and activity can happen. So many of us, of course, are familiar with this reality-virtual reality continuum that was first posited 30 years ago, 1994. And here, Paul Milgram said that you can arrange computer interfaces in a continuum depending upon how much they replace your real world. So on the right-hand side is virtual reality, the left-hand side reality. And of course, in the middle is augmented reality and augmented virtual reality. And this is, we're now very familiar with the term mixed reality. But some more interesting things can happen when you start thinking about transitioning along the reality-virtual reality continuum. So many people think interfaces just exist as discrete points. So you go to the trade show and you try a VR interface or an AR interface. But imagine you could have a device that lets you move all the way along this continuum from the real world into immersive virtual reality and transition as you like across that. Now, why would you want to do that? Well, because different points along this continuum are useful for different things. Virtual reality might be useful for storytelling and immersing in a fantastic space. Augmented reality might be good for face-to-face collaboration, where you've got a headset and you can see content in the space between you. So being able to transition across this continuum would be a very useful thing to be able to do. A second interesting way to connect across the continuum is to connect between points. So you could imagine you've got all your interfaces here, and somebody in augmented reality is now wanting to communicate or connect with somebody in virtual reality. So you can have remote collaboration. Or maybe somebody in the real world wants to connect with somebody in augmented reality interface, or in other ways as well. So you want to be able to create interfaces that support collaboration, again, all the way across this continuum. So a good example of this is some work we did a long time ago now in 2001. We developed a system called the Magic Book, and the idea with the Magic Book was to create a real book, and you could read the real book like normal, but then you could open the pages of the book, put a headset on, and you could see AR content come to life. And then you could also, if you saw a scene you liked, be immersed inside that and into virtual reality. So this is one of the very first examples of a transitional system. Here's a video of the system working. This is a long time ago, so my hair's not so grey, and we're reading this Japanese book here with my friend Bruce. We designed special handheld displays so you could take them off your face easily without having to wear anything. And we could look at the pages of the book, and as you open the book up, these little characters come to life. And of course, 20 years ago, this was amazing, but now this is a kind of old hat. But you can imagine being able to transition inside these scenes here. So you can see here we've got this little virtual world, and then I can transition inside, and now I'm in the VR space. And the interesting thing is this is a collaborative system, so while I'm in the VR space moving around, my friend who's in augmented reality or in the real world can see me as an augmented reality character in the real world. So this little pink blob here is me moving around in the virtual world. So we have this multi-scale collaboration. Of course, if I look up into the sky, I can see my friend looking down at me. Now, this is very, very crude graphics, but even today, it's quite unusual to find interfaces that let you seamlessly transition between the real and virtual world. So this is an example of a cross-reality system. And cross-reality is really an emerging technology focusing on the concurrent use of transitioning between multiple systems at different points along this continuum. And there's really three different types of cross-reality systems. One is transitional systems, so being able to move between AR and VR or real and VR. Substitutional systems where you take a regular object and use it for something else in AR or VR. And also a multi-user system where you've got multiple people experiencing different realities. And the Magic Book I just showed you is an example of all three of those things. You have, of course, it supports transitioning between the real world to AR and VR and vice versa. It uses a regular physical book that we're familiar with, but when we look at the book through the headset, it becomes something magical and different. And then also, there's a multi-user AR-VR collaboration that you've got multiple people. You could be in the AR scene or somebody else could be in the VR scene. So this is becoming very important because now we're starting to see more research in this area. So some examples here of systems that allow multiple people to collaborate together or use familiar devices in AR or VR, or having, on the right-hand side, there's a real monitor with virtual displays around it. And so if you look at the number of publications, in the last 4 years, there's been a dramatic increase in academic papers in this site. And of course, finally now, the industry is catching up. So with the Vision Pro, for example, with Apple, they've got the crown on the top, and as you dial the crown, you can smoothly move between seeing the real world and immersive virtual reality. And then you've got a number of examples of companies that provide mobile phones that plug to headsets, so you can use a mobile phone as an input device with an AR smart glass display. So it's becoming a very, very hot topic. And I think going forward, I think in the next 5 years, almost all the displays you see will be supporting AR and VR together. You won't have to take a separate display off to have an AR experience and then put another one on for a VR experience. If you're a manufacturer, you'll have to make sure that your display enables you to seamlessly transition between the real world and VR and back and forth. So I want to talk about a few research directions in this space. Of course, there's many possibilities, and we don't have much time, but I'll just talk about these few areas. First of all, using familiar devices to enable you to interact with AR and VR content. Secondly, prototyping tools and being able to make these experiences very easily. Third, how you can use these types of experiences with enhanced communication. And then finally, to talk about asynchronous collaboration as well. So first of all, cross-device interaction. So this is where you can use the same device in an AR or VR setting. So, for example, there's a picture there of somebody using a mobile phone and bring the mobile phone into VR, or a Logitech's MX ink pen, where you've got a regular-looking pen and you can sketch an AR or VR with the pen. So the goal is to have a single input device that you can use in different realities, like the book that we did there with the Magic Book. And one example of this is a project we did a few years ago called the Second Sight. And the idea of this project was to combine a head-mount display with a mobile phone or a handheld display. In this case, though, we wanted to make sure the phone was the primary display and the head mount or the smart glasses was providing a secondary input. And the reason why you want to do that is because the head mount display provides a very wide field of view. But of course, when you spread the pixels over a wide field of view, you don't get much resolution, whereas the mobile phone has a very high resolution and a very small field of view. And also the mobile phone provides very precise input, touch input and stuff on the phone. So we developed a system called Second Sight. You can see here the person is using an AR display with a phone, and around the phone you put additional content. So there's a map application, and as they look at the map, they see tags floating around the phone, and they can tap on the tags and see information popping out about the restaurants around them in space. And then they can arrange that so they can see it. So it takes their phone screen and lets you use the whole world as your phone screen. But you can still use the phone screen for input, so you've still got the high-resolution touch input and the like. Now, that looks very nice, but to make that was very complicated. So it turns out when you want to prototype systems like this, it's very difficult. You have to think about programming for multiple devices. You have to be able to have multiple interfaces. You have to be able to do hardware and software prototyping. And so many of you may see on the trade show or other places some very nice tools like Niantic Studio for rapidly prototyping AR or VR experiences. You can't use those tools for doing something like this. So behind the scenes, in that little implementation, you can see we had this set up here. We had the old Meta glasses, the wide field of Meta glasses. We had this set of cameras that was tracking the glasses and the phone. The glasses themselves were connected to a large desktop PC. And we had the Unity game engine and a networking system as well. So hardly anything that's really portable. But luckily, some people now are starting to make prototyping tools that make it much easier to build these types of systems. So for example, Google this year released a library called XDTK, which is a cross-device interaction toolkit. So you can see in the video here, the person's using their mobile phone to rotate these AR objects. And then they can use their smart watch to do the same thing as well. So this is a Unity plugin, and it makes it very easy to stream data from different sensors into your AR application and then have a cross-device interaction. So you can use the watch or the phone for interacting with AR. And even better is this toolkit released 2 years ago called VRception. This is from some researchers in Germany, and they were the first ones to build a multi-user, multi-environment rapid prototyping toolkit for non-experts. So this really allows you to develop cross-reality systems where you can go from the real world to immersive VR. And here's a video of this working. So you can see here, is it starting? Oh, hang on a minute. It should be playing. Oh, I'm really sorry about that. Huh. Oh, well, I'm sorry about that. In the video, it showed the ability to be able to transition between the real world and immersive VR, and being able to place arbitrary screens and interaction points in the video. It's a really nice video, but please email me if you'd like to see that. So the third thing I'd like to talk about is enhancing communication cues. And this is using virtual cues to improve collaboration. So here you can use AR or VR to show things like the gaze or point of interest, to represent remote people, so you can see an AR avatar appearing in the real world, to put shared objects of interest in the space as well. So some work we've done in that space is look at how we can show communication cues we don't normally see in the real world. So here's an example of a collaboration between AR and VR users. We have one person in the real world wearing an AR display, a second person in a different environment using VR. We take a scan of the real world, and so the person in VR is in a copy of the AR situation. And then in that environment, we have avatars that you can see in number A, but you also add this view frustum that you can see in number C and D. And the view frustum shows where the other person's looking. And this is very important because normally you can only see where somebody's looking if you can see their face. But with the view frustum, I can see where you're looking even if I can't see your face. And so that means we can collaborate together really well, even when we're not looking at each other. So this video here shows that. On the left side is the real world. The right-hand side is the virtual copy. This is what it looks like in AR. I can see the pink head of my collaborator. And then you can see the blue lines come out of their face, or the pink lines. This shows the view frustum. And so it shows where the person's looking. So even though I can't see the person's face, I can see that they're looking at this green cube here. When the person moves forward, they can move into view. So when we did some studies with this, we found that being able to show the viewpoint of the other person where they're looking significantly enhanced collaboration. So we can use AR or VR communication cues you don't normally have in the real world. And then the fourth thing I want to talk about is about asynchronous collaboration. So this is where you can use collaboration across time in the same place. So on the left-hand side there, you see a person sitting in front of a monitor with an AR display on, and then when they put the display on, they can see on the right-hand side, right of that, you can see a blue blob. That's the viewpoint of the person who was there before them. So they can see what somebody else was doing at that location before them. Or in the middle panel, there's an AR note that somebody added, and on the right-hand side, people looking at the object that somebody added as well. So we want to be able to build systems that allow us to record what we're doing in the real world or VR, and then play it back at some later time for people that want to collaborate with us. A good example of that is a project we did last year called Time Travelers. And you can imagine that you're in a factory and there's an expert, and what they have to do is they have to take parts from a storeroom and take it to a workbench to assemble an engine or something. So the person goes and grabs the parts and then takes it to the workbench and does the work. And then you can imagine sometime later, you've got a person who's a novice who's learning how to work, and they need to do the same thing. We can use augmented reality to show what the person did in the first case, and they can just follow the same behavior. So they're not sure how to do the job, so we can now play back what the person did before them. So to do that, there's really four parts of the system. First of all is recording and playing back somebody's actions. So we build a system that allows you to, using the magic leap and object tracking, is to record people's head and hand movement and object movements, and then to play that back at a later time. So you can see here the person starting the recorder, and then in AR they can grab the object, this cube here, and start moving it around, and we're creating an AR recording of what they're doing. And then they can stop the recording, and then later on we can play that back. So he pushes the play button, and then he sees this avatar come and pick up the virtual copy of the cube and move it and place it on the square, on the table again. So that's the first part of the system, being able to record and play back. The second part is being able to support different views. So I've just shown you an example of an AR view where you can see the AR content. But we can also look at a VR version of that same experience. So this is the VR version here. And we can also manipulate objects in VR as well. And we actually have a world of miniature view. So we take the VR version of the real world and shrink it down and put it into an AR scene so we can see that as well. So we have multiple views. And because it's a cross-reality system, we can easily move between these different views depending on what we want to do. Then the third part is being able to provide feedback. So it means that while I'm watching the video, I can add some annotations, and so somebody can come later on and query that and ask what's happening. So you can see here in the AR case, the person is now putting green circles down and recording an annotation. You can record a voice annotation that goes with the visual cues and ask questions like, what is that? And you can do the same thing in VR as well. So now in the VR case, he's pointing at those locations and asking some questions. And then the final part is being able to support multi-user collaboration. So you can see here, we've got one person walking around following this virtual avatar, and then you've got a second person as well in that same space. So you can have multiple people in the real world, and you can transition between the AR and VR scene as well, and they can work together looking at that recording also. And we also have some very intuitive user interactions that seamlessly let you transition between those environments. So this is moving between AR and VR, so you slide the slider, and it slides you into the between the VR and AR environment, and then the reverse going between AR and VR as well. And then you can also have a virtual replica of the real world, which is that copy of the block you've got there as well. So that's 4 examples of cross-reality research directions. There's some really exciting technology that's coming out that will change and make it even more possible to do more interesting research. And one of those things is some advances in head-mounted displays. So we're getting head-mounted displays that are becoming smaller and more ergonomic, like you can see the Ray-Ban glasses on the bottom. But also you've got displays with integrated sensors. So on the top here, this is the OpenBCI Galea display, and the Galea has 8 EEG sensors at the back. In the face plate, they've got a wide range of heart rate sensors, EOG sensors, facial EMG, and eye tracking and some other sensors as well. So when you're wearing VR systems like this, you can then look at how you can have much more enhanced emotion recognition, or you can measure people's cognitive load. And then, of course, you can combine this with AI as well. So you can imagine AI-enhanced communication where the virtual avatar that you're seeing in AR actually has an AI brain behind it and can start communicating with you and talking with you like Alvin just showed, and connecting with you in different ways as well. So there's a lot of different research directions that are possible in that sense. And one area that we've done is a project a few years ago called Neural Drum. In this case, we looked at how we could measure people's brain activity and use that to automatically transition between the real world and the virtual world as well. So now, instead of manually going across that continuum, we used your brain activity to transition based upon how much your thoughts were in sync with the person you're working with. So we built a collaborative VR drumming experience, and we measured the brain phase of the phase of the brain visual signals from each person, looked at if they're in sync or not, and if they became synchronized, then we started transitioning between the real and virtual world. And we used that just using some simple EEG electrodes. So here's the video working.
Neural Drum is a VR drumming experience that allows two players to drum together while their brain signals are simultaneously measured. At first, you can set some daily objects on a table to use as drums. A player will use two drumming sticks to play the game. Both of the players will wear an EEG capturing hardware to get their brain signals measured from the frontal lobe. The data acquired will be streamed to the data processing system to enhance VR experience, depending on the player's collaborative performance. We designed a software to calculate the phase locking value, which is an index of neural synchronicity, for the FP1 and FP2 channels of the theta band from both the participants. When synchronization between two players is low, the camera will be more clear to do so, whereas when synchronization is high, the vision becomes more obscured with each point cloud eliciting higher particle effects. We logged and analyzed the user's brain signals, as well as had them answer a subjective questionnaire regarding their perception of synchronicity with their partner and the overall experience during a pilot study. We discussed design implications to further improve Neural Drum in our paper.
So in that video you saw, as we started drumming, when I became in sync with the person across the table, then it transitioned so I could no longer see the person. It transitioned to a VR scene where I saw more virtual effects, and they faded away into a VR environment. So that's one example of the type of application you can build using EEG-enabled headsets. And what we found when we did that, you can see on the left-hand side, these are some recordings of people playing the game. When people weren't playing very well, then the green lines show when they're hitting in time with each other. Then when they weren't playing very well, then they didn't feel much in sync. And when they were playing very well on the right-hand side, you see a very good player. And you had comments like this. It was quite interesting. I actually felt like my body was exchanged with my partner. So when you start getting in sync with somebody, you have interesting communication behaviors. So just to recap, what I've talked about today is I've talked about cross-reality systems and how they support transitions between the real world and the virtual world, but also connection between people at different types of interfaces. So if I'm using my mobile phone, I should be able to connect with somebody in VR, or I'm using my AR display, I should be able to collaborate with somebody in the real world, or vice versa. So cross-reality systems really allow you to support collaboration between all the different XR manifestations. And I really believe that the current generation of headsets, the Apple Vision Pro and the Quest 3 and the Quest 4 and other devices from there on, will all support this type of ability to see either the real world or immersive VR. So as designers, we need to start designing for that and think of experiences where you can be able to easily support interaction across all of those continuums as well. The other important thing is that we need to think about how to bring VR and XR devices into our everyday workflow. So if we're working or playing, we should be able to use our phones or other everyday devices as input into those environments. So I showed you that with the Magic Book and using a book, or with the second site using a mobile phone to interact with AR. So I talked about several important research directions, looking at how we can support interaction across devices, building prototyping tools that makes it very, very easy for designers and developers to explore this space, enhancing communication cues, and then asynchronous cross-reality so that you can collaborate with people that aren't even there with you at the same time. But of course, there are many other possibilities as well. There's a lot of interesting work we can need to be done around privacy and security, around scaling this up so you can have one person collaborating with hundreds of people. And then over the next year or two, you'll see a huge explosion of activity happening when you can start combining AR or XR and AI, and Alvin talked very well about that just before, and also with a wide range of new sensors. So for example, maybe in AWE 2030, you'll be wearing some headsets and you'll see me on stage as an avatar talking to you, and you'll be able to talk to me, but at the same time, my avatar is attending a meeting in New Zealand or Australia, or I'm attending a wedding somewhere else in the world, and you can make a digital twin of yourself that could be anywhere, and hundreds of twins all over the world collaborating, because the avatars are built are smart enough that they can communicate with me and look like me, and to all intents and purposes are me. So there's a really big opportunity in exploring that space where you're starting to take XR and combine it with AI and sensing. So I'm about out of time. Of course, I've shown you a few different projects today, and this really isn't my work. This is the work of my lab. So here's the people who've passed through my lab over the last few years. And we're looking for collaborators, so if any of you are interested in this topic, please come and talk to us. I'll be around the rest of the day. And if you like, I can also send you a copy of the presentation with the video working this time. So please get in touch. This is my contact details. Here's my lab website with a lot more projects, my email address, and my Twitter handle as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mark and Alvin, for your keynotes. A real delight to have back-to-back keynotes, both from two XR Hall of Famers. I'm pleased to say now that the conference is officially open. We now have the expo hall that's open, and we'll have content just starting in the next 3 or 4 minutes on the substages. On substage 1, we'll have an interesting panel starting in the enterprise and industrial track, while on substage 2, we'll be kicking off the morning with the gaming, entertainment, and media track. Here on the main stage, we have 2 more talks in the XR enablement track, followed by a coffee break. Again, coffee being a human right. So we'll get started again here at 11:05 here on the main in XR enablement, followed by 2 talks in the collaboration and education tracks. So let's get started with our first concurrent session of the day. Our first talk here on the main stage in the XR enablement track is the evolution and future of XR technologies and applications, presented by Dr. Frank Guan. Dr. Guan is an associate professor at the Singapore Institute of Technology. With 20 years of XR experience, he was the general chair of the 21st IEEE ISMAR conference and currently serves on the editorial board of 3 leading international academic journals in XR and has served on the organizing committee for 30-plus international conferences and events in XR. Professor Guan received the Andrew Fraser Prize and was awarded the Smart Innovation Fellow Award by the Singapore MIT Alliance for Research and Technology in 2015. And he's also served on the advisory board of 3 startups in XR and AI, while also serving as a senior member of IEEE. Please join me in welcoming Frank to the stage.
Very good morning to everybody. Thanks a lot for the invite and also the introduction from David. Very happy to be here. I think that everybody, enjoy the sharing by Alvin and also Mark. Okay, that is truly insightful and inspiration. Today, I'm very happy to introduce about the evolution and also the prediction for the XR technologies, together with some of the applications. I will not go through too much about myself, okay, because I think that David just mentioned. There is a little bit update that now I sit on the advisory for another new company, okay, and also I was also invited to join the editorial board for 2 new journals, okay. On the right side, okay, this shows the media exposure that I have been invited in the past 15 years around, okay. So looking at that, okay, fortunately I feel that still I have the hair on my head, all right, okay. Yeah, so I feel that Alvin and Mark, they have give great presentations about, the vision and also the directions for VR and AR and also XR technologies. So I will be more touching about the ground, okay? Starting from the introduction about where VR and AR started, and also some of the applications that my team has conducted in the past few years. And then I will go a little bit into the depths about some of the key enabling technologies for XR technologies, like the display, the tracking, the interactions, and also the content. At the end, I will also share my personal perspective about on the ground what are the technological kind of direction for the next. All right, so let's start. There are many different things about when and where this VR and AR started. So in my opinion, I think that there is one system that has been commonly recognized as the start of VR and AR technologies. That is back to 1968 when Dr. Alvin Sutherland, he invented this, this head-mounted 3D display. At that time, actually, the word VR, AR were not coined at all, okay? And the product is named the Sword of Damocles because it's something like, it's a very pole, over the head, and also it's in very bulky size, okay? It shows, okay, what the VR and AR prototype look like. Although the content is very simple, it's just some kind of 12 single frames, okay? So this is the picture that Dr. Alvin Sutherland, he gave a keynote speak in Singapore back to 2016, talking about his 16 years of computing. This photo was taken by me. Okay, of course, I just own the copyright. So very much inspired by his talk, and also he received this Turing Award in 1983 for his contribution to the HCI, VR, AR, and also in the silicon technologies. All right. Every day, we have heard about the VR, AR, Metaverse, or XR technologies. Okay, and also in the market, there are different types of the system available. I think that we are very happy to have this kind of systems, like HoloLens, like Apple Vision Pro, like HTC. Okay, and also Magic Leap, Meta, of course. Okay, and also the X-Ray, and so far. I was very fortunate to personally try a collection of those historical XR headset when I was attending this year's Actual VR conference in Orlando. Okay, and also at the beginning of this year when Apple's Vision Pro was first launched for sale, I was invited by I think Terrence from Celio. I'm not sure whether he's here. Okay, so to have a personal experience about the Apple Vision Pro. Yeah. So these are some of the history about the VR and the AR, okay? And in the past few years, okay, my team have been working on how to apply these technologies for different kind of applications. Just for example, we have worked with one of the, I think the public transport vendors in Singapore, SMRT. I believe that some of you take the public transport MRT coming to this expo, right? So we developed two systems, one using VR and one using AR, to help to train the operational staff on how to troubleshoot the problem with the MRT cars, or how to start some kind of engines. All right. So one of the projects is also in collaboration with Terrence from Celio. All right. And also we work with a art and performance related company to use these smart glasses to provide these closed captioning solutions for the people who have the hearing problems. Okay, so the idea that, for example, I'm standing here giving the talk or giving a performance. So in case there are some people who cannot hear me clearly, all right, so they could just pick up these smart glasses, and those captions will be automatically showcased into their eyes. And this will not interfere or impact the other people's viewing experience. Okay, and also my team works with one of the social enterprise to work on a MR enhanced training program for the people with some kind of mental problems, because we feel that those people, although they are suffer from some kind of mental disabilities, they still hope to have gained some kind of a basic life skill set. So that's the reason that we provide this MR training system for them, such that they can, at least they know how to prepare the fast food like a sandwich or some other simple food. Okay, this is another platform that we have developed together. Okay, that allow for the the multiple users collaborative interactions with the virtual content together. Okay, so the thing is that you can just easily drag and drop any kind of 3D models or 2D pictures or the virtual images, whatever, into the system, and then the multiple users, they are able to immediately start to interact with this virtual content. The last is a very simple demo. All right, so this is just a starting of a project. I worked with Immerso. I think Matthias, are you here? Okay, with Immerso, and also Inder Jiang from Harvard Lab. Okay, so just a few of my FIP students. So they work with the two companies and try to use this VPS system for the navigation kind of applications, right? Okay, so these are some of the applications that my team has done in the past few years, and also I introduced about the history of VR and AR. So from my perspective, although now we have a different kind of products, okay? So they are very, very advanced, okay? They provide some needs. But if we compare what we have today with what has been done back to 1968, the key enabling technology still remain almost the same, okay? So that includes the display. If you look at all those things, for a VR and AR application, there should be a display, there should be some content, and also tracking, and also the interaction. Okay, so those are the some of the research work that is done by my research team, and I will just go through each of one of them. Okay, maybe some of them is starting from the early days. Okay, just for example, this is my first touch with VR. Okay, back to 2003. At that time, we were using the active shutter glasses. Okay, and you can see here. We managed to find a CRT monitor that is able to support up to 60 hertz frame rate, right? And some of you maybe also have the experience about the immersive, big immersive setups, just like a cave. Okay, so this is another product that we worked with. We worked on this immersive room. Okay, and that shows a virtual volleyball playing game, right? And also we worked with ETH Zurich, okay, to develop a solution for the polarized transparent 3D display. So the thing that the people, they still need to wear the 3D glasses, all right, okay. But we at that time we were thinking, why not that we think about some solution that just take out the glasses. I think some of you heard about this, glasses-free 3D display or auto-stereoscopic display. So at that time, there is another term. It's called the live field 3D display. So basically, try to simulate, where the light comes from. Okay, whenever that you move around, okay, so the light will project to your eyes. Okay, so this is a live field display, and then. I think that after this live field 3D display, we also start to look into the so-called the display for the VR and AR headset. In the technical term, it's called NIA displays. Okay, so for example, some of my students, okay, it's just FIP students, final year students. So they came out with the idea, now they don't have the money, okay, to buy thousands or at least a few $100s of headset. So they were thinking about whether that could be a more cost-effective way for them to learn how the VR and AR works. Okay, so they came out with the idea, try to break down the basic structures of the VR AR headset into something that can be 3D printable. Okay, so those are the things that are 3D printed, and the raw cost for every headset is just less than $10. Of course, don't expect this to work as equally as something like like HoloLens or the Apple Vision Pro, okay? But I believe that the students at least they know how the basic principles of VR, AR works. And they even give the name like Vego and also DIA, okay? Vego stands for VR Lego, and the DIA stands for DIY AR, okay? Of course, these are just some kind of cool or interesting products, okay, my students undertook. So we are also looking at something that is a little bit more technology advanced. For example, in 2019 to 2020, we tried to use a tunable lens into the VR and AR headset, okay, such that it can help to solve the problem, the so-called avoidance accommodation conflicts. The reason being that, at that time, for most of the VR and AR displays, the virtual images is always in focus, okay? That is sometimes is against how our eyes, okay, perceive the real world, okay? So that's the reason that we try to use the tunable lens that can dynamically change the focus of the virtual images. But the thing is that we encounter a challenge over there. Okay, I can share with you. The tunable lens, if you put just in front of our eyes, it can refocus or adjust the focus of the virtual images. But at the same time, it will also change the focus of the real images. That is not something that we hope to achieve for the AR displays. So how we solve the problem? We use the shutter glasses, okay? So we choose the time multiplexing solution. So which means that at one single frame, we open the image for the virtual image source, okay? And then we try to turn on this tunable lens, okay? At this frame, we block the image from the real environment. And then at the next frame, we open the image from the real environment, but we also close the image for the virtual image. So by doing this, okay, we can just swap real and virtual. And then for the virtual images, we are able to adjust the focus. Okay, so this is what we achieved. Throughout this process, we realized, okay, it is not easy to achieve the VR, AR, and AR displays that features, for example, full color, compact form factor, large field of view, at least 90 degrees and above, okay, of course, and also lightweight, okay. So because if we look at all the, waveguide, okay, freeform, optical combiner, those technologies, none of them, they are able to meet all those requirements. So there are some kind of breakthrough technologies. So we start to look at, the hologram, okay? It is called holographic AR display. The idea is that we can print, okay, a piece of a hologram film, all right? So which normally is transparent, and it is less than 1 mm thick, okay? And also it can provide up to even at least 80 or even to 100 degree field of view, all right? So then we did give a try, all right? So you can see from here, okay? So this is what we developed a prototype. So this actually is just a simple transparent glass, pasted with this recorded hologram. And then we are able to achieve this is a virtual image, all right? So the thing is that the hologram, once printed, it is static. So it does not meet the requirement for showing the dynamic content for the VR or AR. So how to solve that issue? There is the so-called spatial light modulator, okay? That will dynamically modulate the incoming laser point, all right? Laser information, and try to generate the 3D hologram data for the virtual images, okay? So we are happy to have some kind of progress from there, okay? But research is like that, After we go deeper and deeper, we figure out, okay, there are two major limitations for this holographic AR display. The first one is the eye box, okay? The reason being that when you record the hologram plate, okay, so from the laser signal, right, there is only one single fixed focus point, okay? So which means that when your eyeball is located at that position, okay, you are able to see the full image. But if you move your eyeball to another place, another position, okay, you will lose or even completely cannot see anything. All right. So this is also called the limited eyeballs for the holographic reality. So how to solve the problem? We tried different means. Just to share with you. Okay, we thought about different ideas. So one of the idea that why not we just record a multiple kind of focus point for this hologram plate. All right. So whenever that your eyes move to a position, okay, and then your eye will be able to perceive this image, all right? But still, there is some problem, okay? So what is the problem? You can imagine. What if that your eyes just sit in between the two focus points? So which means that your eyes will receive double images, all right? So this is not what we hope to achieve. So we are working on something using the so-called steering mirror, okay? So we track your eyeball, okay? And then we try to adjust a very fast moving mirror, okay? That will dynamically change how the input laser light, okay? And thus we can control how the image will go into eyes, all right? So this is something that we are still working, but we're very happy to see that we have achieved a full color holographic near display, all right? So this is the latest work, all right? And also, I mentioned there are two key challenges, right? So this is the one, the limited eyeballs. The second one is the computing, because in order to generate the 3D hologram for holographic near displays, the computing process in the normal ways is very time consuming. Normally for one single frame, it takes about 2 to 3 seconds, which is not something that we hope to achieve, okay, for real-time performance. So how to accelerate? We thought about, we come up with the idea, why not we just use AI, okay? So we train a neural network, okay, with a number of those input images, the target images, and we generate the hologram, okay? For given, once the network is trained, for a randomly given kind of a target image, we are able to generate this hologram. And this is also something that we have achieved, okay? All right, so that is about the display, right? So 4 technologies, display. Second is the content, right? So I believe that there are a number of professionals, experts here, okay, using the 3D Max or Maya or Blender or some other kind of solutions. So I will not talk about that because that is also a very big topic, okay? So, and also I think today we can use some kind of scanners, okay, to capture the environment. For example, on the left, I think on your left side is the point cloud that is captured by my students using the 360-degree cameras. But what I want to see that, I think that in about 3 to 4 years ago, okay, there is a new technology that is empowered by AI. It's called the NERF, Neural Linear Field Technology, okay? So basically that you just take a video of the 3D environment, and then with the AI, it can try to reconstruct the view, okay, and also give you some kind of a high quality visual effect, okay? But at that time, the speed was also a bottleneck, okay? Some of I think quite a lot of researchers, okay, they start to investigate how to accelerate this process. I think that at the end, the rendering, I think that especially like NVIDIA, and also some other kind of research works. So at the end, the rendering of this trained network can achieve even faster than the real-time performance, okay? In the past 2 years, there is another new or promising technology, so-called Gaussian splitting, okay? So this is, by the way, okay, this NERF is a birthday cake for my PhD students, jointly supervised with NVIDIA, okay? So this is the result from that. And this is also the Gaussian splitting result from my lab. Actually, this is one of my labs in my university, all right? Okay, so no matter it is, use a 360-degree cameras or use NERF or Gaussian splitting, still they are scanning-based kind of 3D data generation. And everybody now talks about generative AI. So whether this can also be applied for the 3D models, the answer is yes, okay? So this is a work that last year, my students attended this IEEE CINE, okay, for the cross-reality competition. I think Mark was there also, right? Okay, so the idea that, the student just talk to the mobile phone and say, okay, give me a chair, okay, and then the chair will automatically generate it, okay? And also, on top of that, he can also talk to this mobile phone to see I don't like the chair's color, I want to change the color, okay? And this will automatically done by the AI. So this is a demo.
Red.
Yep. All right. Okay. So of course, we can do more complex things generation with AI. Okay. But there is, along the research work, okay, we also figure out there is one challenge. It happened to generate generative AI, not just for 3D, but also for 2D, okay? If you don't try, you can just give it a try, okay? Just to see that, okay, what is the problem? The problem is that if you want the generative AI model to give you some precise number of objects, okay, they give you some kind of a very weird result. Just for example, I want to have 5 chairs here, okay? You give this kind of input to the AI models. Sometimes it can give you 4 chairs or 3 chairs, or even can give you a chair with 5 legs, all right? So we realize this problem, and that's the reason that we start to figure out, okay, if there could be one solution. And the answer is yes. We have a good news that we just submit the paper to SIGGRAPH Asia, and this is about how to generate the precise number of instances for 3D models with just a text input. And this is a video. So you can see, give me 6 chairs, okay? This command sent to the server, and then it will generate 6 chairs. Very precise. We tried 5 chairs, 4 chairs, okay? So 10 chairs, okay? So this is something that has been generated. Okay, so last slide is about the localization and tracking, right? So everybody know about the SLAM, right? And what we are currently investigating is that there is one common problem with some of the localization and also tracking solution is that it's about how to detect where the starting position of the this VR and AR. Okay, so especially if there is a very limited information. So what we are now looking is we just use a mobile phone, okay, take a few photos, and then we are able to understand where is your current location, especially if you just have a floor plan of this room, okay? So this is something that is ongoing. Unfortunately, I cannot share with you more detail about this one. So I think that I have maybe one minute, right? So some of my view, I think that a lot of things share in common with what Elvin and also Mark shared, okay? The first thing that for the near display, okay, I'm very excited to see a lot of, quite a number of exhibitions showing the display technology over there at the exhibition hall. So that is very exciting. But my personal view that if we want to have something just like eyeglass, we can wear, just few hours a day, okay? And we have the full color, wide field of view, compact form factor, and also the lightweight. I think there is still some challenge there, okay? So this cannot be easily resolved, okay? So this could be some kind of opportunities for industry and academia to put effort inside. Second thing that the boundary, I mentioned there are 4 technologies, right? Okay, innovative technologies, display, content, interaction, and also tracking, right? So if you look at them, okay, actually they all leverage on the computing, okay? So thanks to the AI technologies, I think that the boundary between these kind of pillar technologies are becoming blur and blur, okay? And also another thing that the boundary like Mark shared, called the cross-reality. Virtual image, virtual content, the real world, okay, the boundary are becoming more and more blurred, okay? Or more and more merged together. Last but not least, we know about the spatial computing, and now there is there is also another term, spatial intelligence. And also recently there is a hot topic, is about the physical intelligence, okay? So I resonate with what Alvin mentioned, okay? AI can empower VR and AR, but on the other hand, VR, AR can also help AR technologies, all right? And especially for the physical intelligence, something like, embodied intelligence in the robots, all right? So I think that is all what I want to share with everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Frank, for your session. Next up in the XR enablement track, we have a panel on global insights from XR leaders in India, AI-powered real-time adaptation in XR. Chairing this panel on regional trends in XR in India is Mr. Eddie Avil, who is the Metaverse strategist at Shemaru Entertainment and the founder of XROM, which is India's leading Metaverse news platform. Our panelists include Mr. Kuldeep Singh, who is the head of the XR practice and a principal consultant at ThoughtWorks Technologies, Mr. Rahul Mishra, head of Web 3.0 initiatives at Shemaru Entertainment, and Ms. Megha Chawla, who is an XR enthusiast and podcaster. Please join me in welcoming our panel to the stage.
Good morning, guys. David, thanks for the introduction. So it's a complete honor to be here speaking on the AWE stage in front of friends, peers, and I think the rock stars and the movers and shakers of the XR industry. And it's a delight to host this wonderful panel discussion. Since it's a 25-minute discussion, I'm going to miss the introduction. The profiles are on the screen. There's a QR code. Please feel free to add it. It'll take you to a LinkedIn page. Add us, and if you've got any questions, we can take that offline. So artificial intelligence, I think it's in the hype cycle. It's everywhere, right? But what we were promised was that AI would be doing the hard job, the laundry, the dishes, and what it's ended up doing is, and what we would be doing is the creative work. But I think AI has taken over everything, each and every vertical. So I'm not scared, but I'm optimistic about what AI is doing, because I think what it's done is that it's democratized technology. It's given accessibility to everyone, because who would have thought that you could just sit at home, you don't have any domain expertise, but you could just put in a prompt and out comes an image. You put in a prompt, out comes a video. You put in a prompt, out comes code, and this is, I think it's still in the nascent stage, and it's 2024. I think about what's going to happen by around 2030. So I'm scared, but I'm also excited that everybody's got the tool. You can do it. You can tinker around with the tool free of cost. So excited, as well as maybe slightly kind of scared. And but this wasn't the case, when it all kind of started. So AI, it's got a long history. So around 1960s, at the seminal Dartmouth conference, the pioneers in the space, which is John McCarthy, Marvin Minsky, they actually assumed that they would be able to solve AI in a couple of semesters and build what they call the Turing-ready machines, and they thought that they would build these Turing-ready machines in a couple of years. And when that didn't happen, the investment kind of backed out. DARPA backed out the investment. And that's when we saw the first AI bust. So the reason I'm kind of showing you this thing is because I think all technology stack goes through these boom and bust cycles. And in fact, right now it's in the hype cycle, but the pioneers in the space, such as Gary Marcus, is saying that we are possibly at the cusp of maybe another AI bust cycle, possibly because the data is all but exhausted. And the reason I'm kind of showed this cycle, this boom and bust cycles, because I think all tech stack follows these up and down cycles. So even internet at one point of time was called a passing fad, and right now it's we can't do without it. And I think Metaverse and blockchain are two tech stack which has received the harshest criticism. And there has been various obituaries written about Metaverse. And I per se am not really upset with the media companies who write these obituaries. What I'm upset about is maybe they're not really looking at the data, because just last year 600 million users, and this year the numbers are growing year on year. So I think we're sitting at a fantastic point of time. All these tech stack is converging, and I think that we're going to move from carrying technology to wearing technology and break out from this 2D interface. For the longest time, I think we stuck with this 2D interface, which kind of restricts you. But I think we're going to transition from carrying technology to wearing technology, where I think the entire world is going to be the canvas. And I'm excited for this convergence of technology, where these AI, XR, and Web 3.0 meet. And the talk is going to be about that, this convergence of technology. So, Megha, my first question to you. You've been invested in HMDs, right? So how's the India market? Is India ready for HMD? And where do you think is going to be the first use cases?
So I think with hardware, and specifically in India, we cannot expect people to wear those big wearables and heavy wearables all for 2 hours, 3 hours. Imagine yourself wearing those things for even 20, 30 minutes. The first thing we have to do is to make the wearable really comfortable, because that is going to be the solution for anyone, and not just India, to accept those wearables for longer hours, to actually make a use case out of it. So be it VR, AR, MR, it is so much important that we need to make it more comfortable for us to use for a longer period of time. And specifically with India, and all across the world actually, we need to make it really adaptable, to be able to use it with less complexity, so that it is easier for us to adapt it and then move forward with new technologies and versions ahead.
Right, thanks. So Kuldeep, you are a blogger, you're an author of the new book, Exploring the Metaverse. You part of ThoughtWorks. You're dealing with the government and the enterprise. Where do you see the money at? Where's the money at in XR?
Yeah. So I think money is where we can generate the right value, rather than force-fitting the XR use cases. Many times the customer comes to us to build a use case, just try to build a use case for XR. And they try to force fit the XR. But the thing is, where exactly the right value is, rather than force fitting, is the important piece. How really engineering effectiveness can bring the solutions of XR, how product design can be done. We'll have a session today from one of my colleagues. You can see there how the design paradigm of XR is really changing. When we have right design, we'll have right set of users, and then we will be able to give the right value. That's where the right money will come. Otherwise, you might have some use cases, some small POCs people will be doing, but when it comes to scale will come only when we have the right business generated out of it.
But Kuldeep, where exactly are you seeing these first few use cases? Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, so primarily, first, the most use cases we have seen is training and onboarding, especially improving the operational efficiencies of the processes. And in industry, if we see, there is a huge need of reskilling the forces. If we see the Gen Z is coming, and you see, for example, simple training of a fire department. Now, onboarding new people, Gen Z, they are already equipped with the technology. The training with them, the traditional methodologies, using traditional methodologies like PDF document or a video, I think it's not going to work. So that's where the interesting use cases are. Other use cases, what we have seen is improving the user engagement, the connection between people, like improving the museum experience. How really we can experience the history. History, reading by books is another way, but experiencing the history, going in that history and traveling, time travel there, and then experiencing that is a altogether different experience. So these are the key use cases we have been working from last couple of years. And there are a number of use cases in simulation and automation is also things, especially around manufacturing and software-defined vehicle category, where digital twins of the world and testing the autonomous algorithms is another area where XR is playing a great role. And that's where industry is trying to put a lot of investment there. We have seen quite a good growth in that area.
Right. So I think exciting things happening. There's a lot of startups. There's a lot of enterprise interest. So I think, yeah, I think there is a lot of excitement happening over there. So Rahul, you're part of Shimaru. Shimaru is a traditional company, one of the oldest entertainment company, oldest and one of the largest entertainment company in India. What kind of compelled Shimaru to look into Metaverse?
Thank you, Eddie, and very happy to be here today. Good morning, everybody. Interestingly, I think in the room we all agree that the shift of internet from 2D to 3D is inevitable. It's going to happen. And at Shimaru, we believe that's going to happen as well. And then when we started this exercise last year in January, and we looked at the landscape of what is the 3D experiences currently being offered globally. And we realized that there's a huge gap. You know, India has close to 850 million internet-connected users. We speak about 24 languages. It's a heterogeneous market. And the current offerings which are in the market necessarily may not suit the Indian consumer appetite when the shift of 2D to 3D happens. And that's the trigger we opportunity we looked at closely and started to build out an immersive experience, which should be accessible from a low-end smartphone, which should be accessible from an internet which may not be 5G, but at the same time also be accessible from a head-mounted display, which gives the true feeling of an immersive experience. And keeping this in mind, we said, let's look at what the Indian consumers are looking at when they shift to a 3D internet. Let's make it a familiar ground so that the transition happens smoothly. And in a way, you know, we as a company become the leader in the three-dimensional internet shift as it moves. So that was the main trigger for us to, a traditional company, 60 years old in the business, to look at something which is so futuristic, because it's going to happen soon. And hopefully, I think in the room, all of us are working towards it, and we'll get there.
Right. So Rahul, looking quite fancy. I mean, the visuals.
Yeah. I just want to add. So the Metaverse experience obviously is accessible on mobile. We haven't gone live as yet on HMDs and some existing HMDs like Geo, but there has been a thought behind it. So when you enter the Metaverse, you know, it's just not gaming. It is a lot more than that. It's, you know, you have a space for devotion. Indians love devotion. You have a Bollywood actors greeting you, welcoming you. You have entertainment in three-dimensional moving around you. So that's what, apart from a good experience, a familiar content ground will get repeat users to come to the Metaverse is what we believe.
Right. How awesome is that? So I've got like a 10-year-old boy. He's already on the virtual world, which is 2D, still like a 2D platform. So I think it's just like a matter of time when they kind of transition to this 3D world, which gives you this fantastic experience, interactive experience, and it becomes more fun and engaging.
Yes, but I need the answer. When is it going to happen? We're not seeing that as yet, but I hope it happens soon.
Yeah, I hope really soon. I hope really soon. So Megha, in the space of HMD, right? What are the challenges and opportunities, what you see in the India market for head-mounted displays? And is there like a convergence of sort? Because we spoke about this AI, spatial computing convergence. Maybe it'll be great if you can talk about that also.
So with HMDs, I think opportunities are everywhere in all kinds of industries. Be it retail, be it entertainment, be it healthcare, and everywhere else where you can use a laptop, you can use an HMD, I guess. And with AI integrated with it, it'll be so much more easier for us to access the real-time data and to be able to actually use it and make better decisions. When AI is integrated to an HMD, it only amplifies the capabilities of the solution. So if I am, say, a trader and I want to make a decision, put money in some stock, and I have multi-screens in front of me. So one way I'll be able to actually analyze the data every second, and on the other screen I'll be able to make decisions and put money out there. So these are a few examples. For example, in retail as well, the shopping experience are going to be so much more better with HMDs. You'll be actually able to see how the dress is going to look at you, or maybe just, customize a shoe for you before buying it, and things like that. In healthcare, we can see doctors are now operating from so many kilometers away, and they are so successful with it. Doctors been able to use HMDs while they are operating, while they are giving medications. It is going to save so much of time and productivity, and at the end of the day, money for all of us. So integrating AI with HMDs is going to be the best solution we'll be able to put out there that will be actually in use, and not just use cases, but actually use it in our daily lives.
Right. Kuldeep, AI and XR, ThoughtWorks, what are you guys doing over there?
Yeah, so we are doing a couple of things in AI. One is how really software development practices that we have built, how AI can help, how AI-based XR development can happen, how automation testing, for example, can be improved with AI technology. That's one ThoughtWorks we are doing. But how we see AI and XR combining, I see we are getting extra sense of everything of the world. We are getting, for example, we are getting extra power in AI. What we can see from AI, what we cannot see by us, we can see from AI. We can hear extra thing with AI. We can get extra sense of the world with AI. We get more connected to even living being and non-living being. So that's where AI is giving us that extra sense, and we can build number of use cases on top of it. If we get and think about how it can bring equity to the people who are not lucky enough to have eyes, for example. People with disabilities, they can get all these extra senses will become their natural sense. So we are considering AI is the tool to empower human being more. So that's where all our experiments are around that.
Right. Yeah, so Kuldeep, yeah, I mean, it all sounds fancy, but I think the consumers in over here, they would want to see those use cases, like going out from the lab into the market, and I hope that can happen soon. Rahul, what's the future for Shemaruverse? You guys have built out this wonderful looking metaverse, and you mentioned it's already beta live. It's also on Geo. What's the future? How do you see Metaverse evolving, and the India market acceptance to something like Metaverse?
Yeah, I think interestingly, you were showing some data about a huge adoption of Metaverse happening globally on platforms like Roblox. The way we see the Metaverse is it's just not gaming. It's going to be it's going to recreate a lot of what you do offline and online together into one platform. And gaming is one part of it. Users will come back again to a platform when the platform works. Most of the current metaverse platforms don't really work on handheld devices like mobile. Some don't work on HMD, or some only work on HMDs and don't work on handheld devices. The adoption, especially in a market like India, will happen when people are able to at least have an experience of what a 3D world looks like. That's going to be a good experience for them. But what happens? Why should they come back again and again for either entertainment or living their daily lives or shopping, whatever else you're doing in a 3D world? I think that is a point we have to together achieve, both in terms of content and technology. The other reason why India is probably lagging behind in terms of adoption of the metaverse expansion is the lack of head-mounted displays. Officially, we don't have a lot of head-mounted displays being sold by some of the large companies as yet in India. And as the technology reaches more and more people, we will see that shift happening. And I hope when it happens, it's going to be a burst of users coming to the 3D internet. And companies like us have to be ready for that.
Right. I think that's what a good company does. And I mean, you know, it does the right research and development to be future ready, because, you know, the world is shifting or changing so fast. You know, I mean, it's imperative that you build out something really cool which stands through the time. So, what's the opportunity for collaboration? You know, because there are lots of startups over here. This question is for all three of you. How do you think, you know, the startups from Singapore or the rest of Asia could kind of collaborate with the Indian ecosystem, you know, startup, and possibly do business and take this entire AR/VR ecosystem forward? Maybe, yeah, Megha, you could start first.
So again, there are so many use cases that Singapore and India can collaborate on AR/VR. On specific use cases, if we see a lot of tourism use cases that can be combined with both the countries, there can be a lot of resources exchanged around that. Plus, so in terms of startups, there are so many startups that are actually building applications and services that support AR/VR use cases that helps both the countries to reach where we want to reach. Like everybody of us thinks that we are not able to reach that place, and to be able to accept and adapt the HMDs plus AR/VR all together combined with AI. So with so many startups in both the countries, we'll be able to see a lot of change happening in the ground level, which is going to help both the countries to actually adapt more AR/VR use cases.
Right. Kuldeep, you've got any thoughts on it? You know, because we are the software leaders. I mean, you know, there's a whole lot of stuff that the Indian startup ecosystem is doing.
Yeah, so one thing I would like the startups to focus is building community. The days are gone when developing in a corner and monetizing it. It's now the world is all about collaboration in the communities. And it's not just industry can do alone. It is the academia need to come together, the industry, of course, and the government and the people all come together and define the common standards and practices. One of the example in India, for example, I'm working with IIT Madras on a Metaverse India Standards and Policies forums. And similarly, there are other forums. So wherever that is happening, it is really important to combine and build a common set of standards so many startups can fulfill. For example, UPI is a platform in India. A lot of startups built on top of UPI as a protocol defined. I believe similar type of protocols and standards to define that can really scale the startups, and the whole ecosystem can spin up on those.
Right. Rahul, any thoughts?
So I think just not Singapore. I think every market has good opportunities for collaboration with, the emerging trends in the Indian landscape. enterprise startups have already tapped into that ecosystem quite well, I feel. But the main potential still remains in the consumer adoption. I can give you an example. We recently partnered with the Sandbox Metaverse, where together with them, we are targeting to onboard 1 million users on the Metaverse from India. That's a huge opportunity, which a market like India gives. It's the large-scale consumer adoption of the technology all of us are building. And I would urge companies to look at that, apart from the enterprise opportunities in the Indian market, and vice versa, I would say. If you're building, let's build it together.
Right. Exciting times, I guess. I think, we're just getting started. And like I said in the beginning of the conversation, I think we are going to break away from the 2D screens that restrict us. And we're going to go from carrying technology to wearing technology by the end of the decade. So exciting times. So thank you, guys. It was a great pleasure to speaking to you guys. And yeah, catch you guys soon. Yeah. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks, sir.
To Eddie, Kuldeep, Rahul, and Megha for the panel. We'll now have a short break for coffee, and we'll reconvene here at 11:05 for the next session in the XR enablement track with another exciting panel. Feel free to go grab some coffee, mingle, and we'll see you here at 11:05. All right, welcome back, everyone. I'm particularly pleased to introduce our next panel for the XR enablement track entitled Breaking Barriers, Why Gender Inclusivity is Key in XR and the Metaverse. We look at this topic in the substage last year, and AWE Asia has been delighted to partner with a variety of groups focusing on gender inclusion in XR, such as Augmented Equality here in Asia, as well as XR Women globally. Chairing this important discussion is Mr. Hilary Chiu, Singapore co-head of All-Stars Women DAO, and Senior Manager for Asia Pacific Digital Assets and Support Services at PwC. Speaking with her, we have Mrs. Uti Sari, founder and CEO of Medi, which is a medically focused XR production studio. Please join me in welcoming the panel to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. I'm sure that you just enjoyed the coffee break as well as the conversations that we have during the networking session as well. So thank you for joining this session today. And today we are talking about the breaking barriers as well as the gender inclusivities with the topic. So I have Uti with me today. So it's very pleasure to have a chance to get connect with you. Yeah. So maybe I just introduce myself. So thanks, David, for a brief introduction. So I'm from All-Stars Women in Asia Pacific. So it's an organization not just for women, but also for everyone who supports women in tech, in particular for the Web3 space. So as my profession, I'm from PwC in Asia Pacific. So my responsibility is on the digital assets, digital products, go-to-market activities, and I do collaborate with a lot of different clients, vendors like yourself, as well as the thought leaders in the room as well on very different topics, including Metaverse as well as XR. So maybe I'll just pass the time to Uti to introduce yourself briefly.
Thanks very much, Hirali. So everyone, nice to meet you today. I'm Uti Nilamsari. I am a medical doctor that got my master's degree in medical visualization. And then over the past 10 years, I've been trailblazing the field of medical illustration in my country, Indonesia. And in the recent years, I'm jumping into creating customized XR solution for healthcare in my country. And let me tell you a bit why. Hilary, maybe you can help me with my slide. Thanks. So this is my country, my beautiful country, which is very unique, everyone, compared to others and to others' country, because we have thousands of islands. So this is the reality, the real barriers between areas. So we have the Human Development Index, which is some area lacks 1 decade between other area. Maybe we can see this is only up to 0.5 point, but it should, there's an insight within this image that it lacks 1 decade development, including education. So how to overcome this lag? Slide. In education, particularly in healthcare education, especially nursing and medical education, we have been creating hundreds of medical illustration, hundreds of medical animation and video, but almost all of them will only address the lower part of this triangle, the Miller pyramid of clinical competency. But in medical education and nursing education, we should address the top of this triangle. Next. So until today, I haven't seen any other technology other than virtual reality that can tackle 3 domains of learning. So in medical education, we should tackle these 3 domains, the cognitive one, and then behavioral domain, and affective learning. And until today, I haven't seen any other media or any other teaching tools that can tackle simultaneously in these 3 domains. Next. But this is how the situation today in my country, and I believe in the other parts of Asia, that there are a lot of women from disadvantaged background, and maybe the accessibility for high quality education is not on par to the other side of the world. So this is the situation, and that's why I really motivated to have a lot of people, all the people have the accessibility to high quality education. Next. And this is the motivation. If we educate a woman, then you educate a nation. That's what I'm going to do with everyone here, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you, Uti. So I think like my first question for you today is, so in the last day and a half, so we have been hearing a lot of different technology advancements, as well as like the specific, industry applications for the Metaverse and XR. So as a leader in XR and Metaverse, what challenges do you see that we've moved forward with this kind of increasing rate of adoptions, and how would you think that it would be addressed more effectively?
Okay, for the adoption. Okay, so I think first one is for the user adaptation. In my experience, especially in a healthcare setting, the professionals is reluctant to have another high, newer technology. They are reluctant because they are enjoying enough with the, conventional one. But for me, it should be just the time that they will receive it. But to make it easier, what I was doing is I teach them just a short lecture to introduce about this technology, and then also in a project we guide them from zero until finish, and nothing like they ask us and then we build from 0 to 1, but no, we are there from the zero. So in the planning section, we are there, and then in the finishing section, we are there. And the second one is the maybe high developmental cost, but I believe in the near future, the software and the hardware cost will be really, really lower. And we all know that artificial intelligence is increasingly helping us to do this. And the third one, I think the most important thing that we won't be forgotten until the next years is the high quality content. Maybe you can navigate to this slide. Yes. So so high quality content is really important if you want to make adoption for XR technology everywhere. Jeremy Bailenson, the founding directors from Stanford Virtual Human Interaction Lab, say this thing, that virtual reality can really be shine if we have this kind of scenario inside the virtual reality, which is the scenario that are dangerous, impossible, counterproductive, and then expensive or rare. Like in the medical setting, imagine how rare it is to have like training to take out some kind of a brain tumor, something like that. That is very dangerous to do. That is very expensive to be replicated in real life. That's why VR will really help with this.
Thank you, Uti. So I think like for more relevant questions that we actually have been seeing some of the questions from the Hoover app. So if anyone on the floor that you have any questions to us, then feel free to ask us as well. So so how do you see like the healthcare education been affecting or influencing on the Metaverse and XR industry, as what the audience has been asking through the Q&A app?
I see. Is it in the current situation or in the future?
In the future.
In the future, okay. So in the future, I am really optimistic about the XR and Metaverse in healthcare education. So maybe we all can imagine. I will give 2 examples. for the preclinical. So clinical is something that we train with the patient, but preclinical is the foundation of the knowledge. So in preclinical, we have the education about human structure or anatomy. The gold standard to educate about anatomy is cadaver. You know, cadaver, that brown one, life-size human. The thing is that cadaver is more and more scarce and very expensive for the institution or university. So imagine if we have a real-size cadaver, colorful, life-size, standing in front of us with the really detailed structure, and then we can differentiate which is the artery, which is the vein, which is the nerve. And then in the future, while AI also incrementally developing, let's imagine if we have an AI-powered tutor that the tutor can one-on-one guide the student, and then the student can get onto the headset and then go into the cadaver and then ask the question to the tutor. If he doesn't ask the question, then the tutor will ask, because we have the learning objective in that class. And that's the language barrier also can be vanished with the AI. That's the one example. And then the second example is the virtual hospital. So medical education have this hospital to train their student. So every student needs to meet and interact with the patient, and the patient should have, the student should have to experience some cases or maybe like diverse range of diseases. So imagine if we have this kind of virtual hospital that the patient is AI powered. It can have many cases in one patient, and we can set the patient into how sick he is or how emotional the patient, and then we can train not only the cognitive part but also the communication skills, something like that. And imagine if we do it in a metaverse, then students maybe from my country or also maybe from Africa can train together with the teacher from around the world and without any language barrier with the AI. Yeah, that's the future, I think.
Yeah, that's definitely fascinating. Like when I'm using the ChatGPT,
yeah,
then I'm just doing the translations and without any hassles. Like, of course, it's not like a perfect world. Like we can do it conversational as what we are doing on the stage. But then definitely it would be already a big movement. Like apart from the technology barriers, like we no longer need to code. Then we already can rely on the Gen AI to do partial of the for example, what you mentioned, like the patient care, as well as like a AR, a telehealth. And a lot of things that's actually happening in healthcare is very, very exciting.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So how about me then, talking to you, Hillary?
So I think like for me, like just coming from quite a different perspective, like because today we only have two of us on the stage, so I'm taking it up in the very last minute to share a bit experience that we did. So for PwC, we do have the Metaverse and XR advisories. So I'm not trained as a a programmer, developer, or with a a technology background. So I first started is actually something that is completely not related. So I'm doing something for a commercial movie as a start. And then after that, because of the, the wave from all the technology advancements, so I have been, in the first wave. Unfortunately, Casey's not with us today. So I actually used to have a lot of fightings with the Meta on all the advertising, as well as the technology-related disruptions discussions. That is when I was still in the digital advertising background. And now with my role with PwC, so I have been helping them with the digital disruption, digital marketing, as well as to learn more about the Metaverse and XR. How would it be able to apply it to our clients with PwC? So the clientele that we have, like including like banking and finance, We also have been launching something related to the ESG Metaverse last month. We have quite a lot of deep conversations on how the Metaverse will be enabled for the vertical farming, how we will be able to use this technology, be able to help or to tackle on the forestry issues. For example, in Indonesia as well, we do have projects in Indonesia, and also so we also been aggregate to talk to the asset managers as well as the private equity owners, like with all these ESG heat, apart from the metaverse, apart from emerging technology as well as Gen AI. So how would we helping them to make sense of to put this technology into their business context and to help them to drive all those important, no matter it's because of a compliance push requirement, as well as, they are really themselves, they really want to transform, they want to, do in the future banking, future of, technology as a leading provider in the field. So we are helping them on this journey. So I think like the most important part of it is that the willingness to learn. So because like we're in the technology fields, like everything is just like changing every second. So if we don't really taking the initiative to keep on learning, to keep on exploring, and I'm sure like for me, I did learn a lot with these exercises. Like also I'm meeting a lot of new friends in the health tech to know, oh wow, nowadays like we are doing all the telehealth, and then during the COVID, definitely there is a lot of acceleration that has been happening in the last 2 years as well.
Exactly.
Yeah. So maybe I just have another look on the questions. So Uti, maybe I just changed my background a little bit in fitting into your context. Like, so I'm coming from a business background, and I'm helping to my clients to make sense with my business knowledge as well as the technology sense that I have. So from you, like because you are a very, very literated doctor, as well as you have been in the field for so long time. So is there any tips for our audience? Like how would you communicate or to address the business problem? Because like everyone in here, you come in definitely with a business problem and you have a solutions for your client, right? So what is some of your tips or your insights that would help us to translate what we want to sell to what the client needs, and then to help them to get to understanding about your product better?
Interesting. Thanks for the question. So yeah, I'm coming from a medical background. When I graduated from medical, I think I do not know anything other than that. So getting into the business and then this field, the XR is really hard. There is a lot of things that I should learn, but how to overcome that? I think that I got my master's degree in medical visualization, then I can acknowledge about the technology, and then I autodidactically learn about the business part. But when we speak to the client, we should avoid a lot of technical jargon. So I prepared my slide as easy as possible, and then I translate it to the client. My client is from the healthcare, so I will adjust the language more into them. And then when I go back to my developer team, then I translate that medical jargon into the technical jargon. So my tip is you need to have the middle person that understand about the field, but also about the technology and business, and that will be really really helpful for the whole journey of the project. And additionally, if the clients is motivated to go more into the project, then we can we can encourage them to jump into like minimum at the bare minimum. We go to the storyboarding together, because storyboard is easy, the learning curve is not really high. So if the clients wants to go with us doing the storyboarding, that will be really helpful for us to finish the project as they want and as also we want. That's the goal, yeah.
That's fascinating. You just make me just recall one of my day-to-day job that when I'm talking about, like, I'm doing the digital products go-to-market.
Sure.
So in PwC, we do have our own in-house developer to develop our network products. And we also, align with a lot of, big and small players in the market to, deliver, for example, the Metaverse solutions for our clients. So when this, no matter it's our partners or, these alliances partners that's coming in to me, and the first thing that we are always been asking, like, what is your unique selling proposition? And what would you try to intend to solve? Because for me, as a non-technical person, so if the person comes in and would make me understand what is their product, and then I will be able to help them to translate the product for the clients who are not necessarily to be the practical practitioners in the field. So usually, for example, there's one case that I deal with. So in the US, the key buyers of all these health products is actually not the health, and it's not necessarily the health operating providers, but the insurance companies, because they need to validate on all these informations for whether it will be, legitimate for their business in order to make the claims for the US, because, for the US insurance is actually very big. So these are some of the things, like when it comes to insurers, for example, they would need to know your technology. They would need to know how they would be able to validate and, make it accurate to, to proceed with their claims. And all these data would flow in, would be able to, making them to have some actionable insights. How would they be adjusting on this strategies in order to, make everything make sense in terms of the business context.
Exactly.
Awesome. So I think we have all the questions, and I thank you so much for your time in participating. But I'm sure that our conversation will be carried on. So definitely come to say hi, and definitely look forward to meet some of you in person. So feel free to have a snap on for our linking contact. And in case if you want to learn more about all our services, as well as All-Star Women Asia Pacific, feel free to let us know. Thank you again so much for your time, and I will just pass the time to the floor. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to Hillary and Uti for the panel. For those of you who are interested in following the XR enablement track, which will include a deep dive on hardware components, as well as the regional updates and thematic topics like we just heard, that will be running for the rest of the day on Substage 2 if you'd like to follow that track. Now, here on the main stage, we're going to be pivoting to the collaboration, education, and training content track. Our first education session is called Beyond the Screen, Mixed Reality's Role in Tomorrow's Educational Ecosystems, presented by Professor Eric Hawkinson, who is a leading futurist at Together Learning and a professor at the Kyoto University of Foreign Studies, as well as the research coordinator of the MA VR Research Group. Please join me in welcoming Eric to the stage.
So perhaps mass adoption, especially mass adoption in educational contexts, speaking with this particular community of people, this audience, this group that is gathered here for this particular event. I think that's where I can contribute the most for my particular roles and expertise. We see a lot of wonderful case uses and technical vocational training. We just heard from medical and nursing practitioners using this. But when we start to feel like XR and other technologies, related technologies, feels more like the air we breathe, when we learn and we teach, when we're getting beyond the fields of study that are active in participating in their development, i.e. outside of the STEM fields, things like marketing or tourism and hospitality, or perhaps things like journalism, that's when I feel it might be a great indicator of we're starting to hit bigger mass adoption, and especially we'll get more inroads in perhaps K-12 education and more of the outlying fields, the less techie fields moving forward. My name's Eric Hawkinson. I'm based in Kyoto, Japan. My day job is educator at a university in Kyoto. I have some other roles that are displayed up on the screen here, and they will be coming up here and there as I try to give us a helicopter view of the state of research, the goings-on of using various XR technologies, spatial computing technologies in education, higher education, K-12 education, and how I'm going to help us do that is, I know there's several different kinds of audience members here. Some of you are developers, some of you are making hardware and software products, but a lot of you that I've talked to over the past day or so really want to understand educators, institutions, and how to connect what you're doing, what you're developing, and your services that you're creating to connect with them. And so I'm going to try my best to give you some context through first laying some groundwork on the state of research, especially when thinking about how this is connected to teaching and learning. Then I'm going to show us 2 development projects that are now not just at one institution, but many institutions, one in augmented and one in virtual reality. Then we'll talk about how these are being deployed, not just at my institution, but at institutions that I consult with, collaborate with, and some of my colleagues from around the world. How these are facilitated, mostly in higher education and K-12 settings, some of the pain points that educators are dealing with when trying to implement, use, and disperse these technologies in various educational contexts. And then we'll go into how we're trying to curate, develop, incubate, and develop communities of practice around these technologies to further support the further proliferation to this mass adoption of which I started off the talk today. So again, my name's Eric. If I go a little fast, all of the things, like any good educational technologist, can be found online, erichawkinson.com, and you can also speak to me later for slides, citations, research papers, project summaries, et cetera, et cetera. So again, my name's Eric. Thanks for being here. All right, so let's start with the current state of how we're thinking and learning about the effects. What happens when we start to use XR in various educational contexts? I'll start with something down here. As I cherry-picked a study, a meta-study, meaning a group of researchers took a bunch of different studies, approximately 50 different studies, and did an analysis of the effects, both good and bad, of deploying IVR, mostly headsets, in various educational contexts. From everything from like nursing to physics to spatial computing and other things like that. So what we see here in the middle is 0.38, and that is the mean for all of these studies. There's about approximately 50 studies between 2016 and 2020, and they're looking for measurable pre- and post-test gains or losses when comparing more traditional approaches to learning a topic or comparing that to putting them inside a headset, IVR. And what we see out of all of those particular studies, I picked this one in particular because it is also kind of matches what we see in our research groups based in Japan and other places around the world, but also anecdotally what we see at our university when we're dealing with our students in various fields that I'm going to show you today. So the average of these 50 studies is 0.38 standard deviations, meaning that typically it's small but significant improvements over more traditional methods. Of course, why and how is the big nuanced question that we need to be asking when we think about these gains that we get when we use these technologies. Most of the research that was looked at in this meta-study, it's across the board. It's a wide depth, but most of them saw very modest to low significant gains in using IVR to more traditional routes. So they tested them before, tested them after. They have different ways of assessing. Sometimes they're paper tests to see if things were learned, what concepts were learned, actions will be able to perform better. And what we learned, what we want to take away from this particular way is it's, especially in educational contexts, it's not necessarily the technology, it's more of the implementation strategy, it's more of the intervention of which that goes through the educational processes. It's the onboarding, it's the scaffolding, it's the reflections, it's all of that educational stuff that happens before and after. And that's what we would expect at least some gains in these kinds of studies, because there's extra effort, there's extra thought being put into the type of learning that this technology should be put through. So we can see both through our research in Japan and through this particular study that it's not just sufficient to think about it's better or worse to use XR in particular or different educational contexts. It's how it's being used, how it's being deployed, and your assessment methods before and after, trying to figure that out. So if you're a commercial entity and you want to use some of this as far as to extol the benefits of this technology to a possible client, you can easily find some studies that show huge gains in almost multiple fields somewhere in the research. But also be aware that if you're dealing with, for example, a higher education institution, they can also, excuse me, find a piece of research that will refute that or maybe show an opposite effect in a similar situation. So what you need to do is look at the benefits. What exactly are you trying to pinpoint? What benefits are you trying to exacerbate or look at that these technologies might bring forth? And so working with our research group in Japan and looking at the research from this particular study and others, there is a whole breadth of possible ways that you can kind of come down on, pinpoint in to either help develop your products or services further for educational purposes, or to kind of pinpoint something that's happening that you're doing to entice or to appeal to educators. Of course, in the research, the biggest coined term for this is immersive learning. That's what most researchers in this field are calling this particular mode or part of inquiry. So thinking about using XR or AR, VR in educational context, immersive learning is kind of like the key term, the coined term that is being used here. And so it's no kind of surprise that one of the big things that XR can offer is immersion. And in the research, it's still debated. It's still love to be nuanced and talked about. What exactly is immersion? How do we measure it? What exactly is happening in our brains when we think we're immersed? Two main concepts are present in this particular benefit, and that is the idea of presence and motivation. And presence can be felt in a bunch of different ways. So you can have spatial presence, being when you're in an IVR, you're actually feeling like you're physically at a location or with certain people. There's narrative presence, which we have when we watch movies. And so we feel like we're a part of the story, we're immersed in this world, we're immersed in this situation, we're feeling empathy with these characters. And research has shown that that is probably one of the more stronger points, and the spatial presence and other forms of presence, telepresence, co-presence as other types of presence, is amplified by our ability to tell stories. So if you can tell a good story, you can amplify that with these other types of presence that the technology can give us. And we can even see through some of the research that, for example, cyber sickness is decreased if we're able to have a narrative presence in these environments before we go into IVR. Contextual information, right? So a lot of these things are related. So contextual information is related to learning analytics, right? So we can gather more information about the learner, what they're engaging with, what they're looking at, how long they spend on certain items, how they physically orientate themselves to the content and with other people in the environments. And we can use that to further contextualize, individualize the information. It's very powerful as far as the other terms of presence and motivation as well. If it's more tailored to a particular student's needs or interests, motivation goes up, immersion goes up, presence goes up as well. Engagement, especially first time, second time, third time users, there's a bit of novelty. We can all see this when we first start to use these technologies. But if the content isn't compelling, if you aren't present in the story or the environment or feel like you're getting value out of it, that novelty wears off quite quickly. And so previous speaker talked about the dice. It's kind of a way that we kind of evaluate and understand when and how to use these technologies. But that is changing over time because as this technology gets more widespread, gets a little bit cheaper, the way that things we evaluate to simulate, if they're perhaps maybe a little less dangerous or a little less inconvenient, the give and take with that is changing over time. Special ed, kind of near dear to my heart. There's a lot of promising research of using these technologies for students in all types of learning disorders, from autism to dyslexia to other special needs students might have. So there's a lot of great research happening that extols the benefits of these technologies in those particular contexts. And the type of research that's happening around them are all over the board. What we'll see here today is mostly related to implementation where I live and how effective it is. So on the other end of that, though, we have some challenges. So we have our research group, and we published this last year. And when we're thinking about the return on investment, in the educational context, we're mostly concerned when our investment is, did we have better learning outcomes? Did we have more equitable outcomes? Did the distribution of those learning outcomes get flattened, perhaps? Are things more easier and equitable or easy to reach for the teacher and the student? Are things more well understood? And are those skills transferable to wherever they might go? So there's a whole bunch of challenges that are laid out in this particular research, but I want to kind of pinpoint a couple of them that are probably important to people in this room. So the technical challenges, right? So especially dealing with high fidelity, high tech, there's a lot of calibration that needs to happen. There's a lot of bandwidth that's needed sometimes. There's a lot of facilitation of space, hardware, and software. And when we're thinking about the digital divide in education, meaning the separation between the haves and the have-nots as far as digital literacy, being able to use technology, and digital access, being able to have the latest devices, we see that being exacerbated slightly when we start to use software, hardware that employs the latest fidelity, the highest poly counts, et cetera, et cetera. So in educational fields, we usually see things that are a little less close to the cutting edge of technology, and that's by design because we want to diminish this digital divide and have things more accessible to more students. A couple things also on here, facilitating these environments are sometimes hard for educators. Educators, not just education, but we tend to use technology as we used technology in the past. Like the internet was started with static pages, much that look like magazines and websites. So teachers have their curriculum, they have their way of doing things, and they want to think and transfer those to what they're doing, perhaps in XR. And sometimes that doesn't translate well, so you need a champion, you need the people involved to help teachers translate the way of doing things, the ideas they want to convey, and put those through the lens of these technologies. So two big challenges to be met, and others that I can go into. Privacy is also a big concern. Move fast and break things is not really something educators want to hear, especially dealing, the younger you go down the chain in the US, like things like HIPAA compliance, COPPA compliance, GDPR in Europe, are more stronger for using, especially with young children. And so that is a big concern for educators as well. All right, let's talk about two big implementations of this that I developed. This one started about 10 years ago. And I shouldn't name the name of the company, but they were represented actually at AWE many, many years ago as well. But considering a low-tech situation, it was started with a grant, I think 2013, to develop augmented reality materials for English textbooks for English learners in Japan. So we started by augmenting textbooks, but really that spread to the school seeing this technology and bringing it outside the classroom. This particular school was doing community engagement as a main source of the curriculum. So we had these big rallies every year, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017. It got as big as 250 people in the last year, where we put groups of people together, used this app that was mostly based on image recognition, and threw them out in the city in teams, and they got to know what to do in a disaster by visiting the fireplace and going through these kind of augmented reality location-based challenges. Or visiting City Hall and learning how to contribute to the conversations happening around local taxes, garbage collection, etc. You can see some examples of this before, but what this has evolved into, which is, I think, the most powerful thing and what educators really want, are authoring tools for their students. Me, in my classes, which I'll share with you in just a moment, I really want my students to kind of understand their role in whatever field they're in. That might be journalism or tourism or whatever their role in shaping the future of these technologies. It gives them a little more motivation, gives them a little more understanding, and might help them in their prospective careers after they graduate. So we're using these to let students actually now create their own, for example, gamified tours, adventures in perhaps migration studies, if you can believe that or not, or saving the environment, location-based, just getting them to think about connecting digital things to real things. Now moving on to virtual reality. This is a project that we started in 2018. We had a group of students from our university volunteering to go down to Kyoto Station and guide people around the city as a part of their vocational training to prepare for a career in tourism and hospitality. So I devised a quick VR module for them to get ready for that process. They're not native English speakers, but they were able to think about designing, curating, guiding, what to say, where to go, what to do, using virtual reality. And at that time, we were using some Google products, Google Tour Creator, Expeditions, that have joined the pile on the Google graveyard since. And so we started developing our own platform. And during the pandemic, we went online, and down here you can see what we did online. We actually made a persistent virtual space that became a tour museum, where students that are creating these tours put posters of their hometowns on this virtual location, and when you went up to the poster and touched them, you would go to these places. And now that we're back in the classroom, we have developed a space for this. I'll show you in just a moment, where students are actually using both the physical space and the tour locations and the VR contents to actually simulate tour businesses moving towards the future. In Kyoto, we have a concentration issue. Revenge tourism is a thing where we are. Over-tourism is a thing in Japan right now. And we're thinking about ways to talk with the city and there are tourism students, to let them travel the road less traveled by means of appealing to them using these technologies. So this has iterated on over the years, and have a couple more iterations to share moving forward, but not quite ready to share just yet. A couple of papers still in peer review. Right, so we take all these things. So both of those that I just showed you started small, and we started building them into the school curriculum. That was just the way that we started introducing these technologies. I was championing that and bringing it forward. That's just one way of doing that. And through our doing this, the school recognizes some benefits. So when it came time to reinvent the curriculum, update the curriculum, all of these coursework that you see above here are either taught by me or supported by the XR initiatives through our lab. Gamified experience design is a class I teach that uses the augmented reality, and students are learning, marketing students are learning how to use this, tourism students, etc. Location-based, thinking about AR in their future careers. Immersive technology workshop is the My Hometown project. Mostly tourism students are using this to simulate tour business simulations. But it's starting to expand out, so other faculty members see this. Model United Nations, we made a digital twin of the Security Council chamber, and now they're using this in an event all over Japan to simulate and have diplomacy, leadership, negotiation trainings inside of digital twins and virtual reality. So in a physical space, it kind of looks like this now. So we went online, a lot of the stuff got automated with things like LMS, like Moodle, or online things. Students were learning how to create these things through automated processes asynchronously. So when we started coming back, we were allowed to update a lab, and it looks a little bit like this. The centerpiece being something called the U Theater, put together very cheaply and designed by me. They can get very expensive, but it's actually not so bad to actually make these things on your own these days using simple projection mapping technology. It's a 5-meter dome, so now you can see students now taking off the headset when we're together in a classroom and giving these curated tours of their hometowns or their business situation simulations, actually with small groups of students. And now we're bringing students in to experience virtual reality in this particular space. And there's also headsets here, and we're learning how to integrate them in with different classes and coursework with our faculty members. And that's called the Future Hubs. But we also want to connect these to other labs around the world. And so we're starting a community of practice, most notably our research group, MAVR, in Japan, but we're also connecting with other labs around the world. So when we think about my journey that I just showed you with this particular, starting from zero, having a champion, now we're learning other ways that other schools are integrating these in. For example, in Glasgow, Scotland, they did an internal grant competition and got ideas from faculty of how they might want to integrate XR into their curriculum, and they teamed them up with somebody from the IT department that they thought was either low-hanging fruit or interesting or easy to accomplish, gave them some money, and they paired them up together and developed things. And from that, they're starting to expand on their XR offerings in their university. 2 years ago, I did a visiting professorship at the University of the Philippines, and they did a different approach. They chose a couple of departments, the nursing department and the historical preservation initiatives. And then they took the IT department and gave some trainings. I helped them do some workshops, and now they're curating those specific fields that they want to help develop and move forward over time. And so this group, we're learning some fascinating things. Open educational resources in XR is a big pain point that we're hearing from all of our partners and partner labs around the world. We need more open resources. We need more open source. We need more cross-compatibility and operations between the stuffs that our universities are doing, our partnerships are doing. And so that's one of the big things that kind of came out in these last 2 years. So if you're interested in getting deeper, this is one of the places that you might want to have a look at moving forward. Lastly, just trying to put this all together. A lot of teachers, we're talking about the EACs and D cells of AI, and also the hype cycles. Different educators, different institutions are different places on the hype cycle. So when we look at these graphs over here, the exponential growth of AI, or the pain points that we're feeling now of trying to implement these technologies, different places are at different places. Especially higher education, it seems like it's a little more flat, right? They're a little less susceptible to big fluctuations in these curves. I have a couple of papers that I wrote trying to talk about the fears of educators that they have around implementing these technologies, and how we might kind of alleviate those fears or work around these fears. And one of them is over-automating the learning process. And AI, coupled with XR technologies, is poised to do this like never before. Teachers feel like they're in this loop where they're compelled to use these technologies, and the data that they integrate or use or give up in their use of this technology is then used to make the next automated systems, and this in this loop. And they're not fearful basically for their own jobs, but they're fearful about what we're going to lose in the process of inquiry by over-automating these processes with these technologies. So if you're out there talking to educators, trying to extol the benefits of them, one of the great fears that I've seen across the board from all educators and institutional managers is this over-automation fear. I'm out of time. Thank you so much for listening today. Thank you for coming. And if you have any further information, my website, erichawkinson.com. And we say in Japan, goseicho arigato. Thanks for listening, everybody.
All right, thank you very much, Professor Hawkinson, for the session. We really appreciated the sort of visually captivating presentation, making use of the entire slide sort of screen here. So next up in the education track, we have the session, The Future of XR, AI-Powered Solutions for Healthcare Defense and Education. Our presenters for today are Mr. Siddharth Jain, who's the CTO of LDR PTE Limited, and Dr. Chun Chiat Oh, who is a senior consultant of dermatology at Singapore General Hospital. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Jain and Dr. Oh.
Hello. So I actually bit off more than I could chew. So I titled this session Defense and Healthcare and Education. Then we realized that we only have about 20 minutes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to skip through the defense and corporate education parts of my speech, and then we are going to go into the healthcare aspect. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to play 2 quick videos showcasing some of the work that we are doing in defense and in corporate education. So starting with enterprise metaverses. So that is our transient metaverse solution. It's a web-based platform that moves away from persistence. Next one is a small video that we're going to show about, we are doing small factors or what we call lightweight simulations for military use in Singapore for pretty much all of the Singapore defense forces. We are working with the Navy, we are working with the Army, we're working with the Guards, which are like the Marines here. So that's just a glimpse of what we do in defense and corporate education. We're a company that's been around for several years now, and we do a lot of work with the Singapore government. But today I'm very excited to talk about what we are doing with Sing Health, which is one of the largest clusters of hospitals in Singapore. And together with me on stage, I'd like to invite Dr. Oh Chun Chiat. He is the senior consultant dermatologist at Singapore General Hospital. Dr. Oh.
Thanks, Steve. Yeah. So good afternoon, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us in this afternoon lunchtime. So the background to this project that we had, so it started when during COVID time, we have a lot of doctors who needed some training during COVID. But I remember there was lockdown during that period, so all our students and young doctors cannot go for training that we normally give through lectures and courses in life, in schools and in hospitals, in clinic. So we decided to pitch for a grant, so to work with university who needed us to find a partner, a game-based partner like Sid's company, to do sort of like gamification for newer ways to engage the young learners during COVID, where they were disengaged from learning, and to make it more interactive for them. So that gives us the background to this idea that we took a grant from InnoPlus, and we came up with this app called Skin Go Prime, because we focus on the skin conditions that they are not very familiar with. Go Prime because we want to prime their knowledge, and also GP for general practitioner, so that they can also bring this knowledge to the GP, which is the building block of the health practitioner in Singapore. Next slide, please. So we focus on skin primarily because I'm a skin doctor, and the skin is one of the most common consults that anyone sees in practice, be it yourself, your kids, your family members, your relatives. So someone has skin issues, and everyone's very worried that because of aging population and our increasing climate changes in the world, a lot of people have new onset rashes and moles that they're very worried about. And particularly when they see a black spot, they're very worried whether this is skin cancer or not, and they don't know who to see. So if you look at the trend of the cancers in Singapore, it's actually going up. You can see that the blue, red, and gray bars are the different populations in Singapore. Chinese have an increasing trend of skin cancers, and the Malays and Indians as well. So there's a demand for conditions earlier so that they can treatment earlier.
So as we grow older, skin conditions become more common, and you have various different kinds of things that appear on your body, and you don't know what they are. And you go to your doctor, and often even the general practitioners may not know exactly what they are looking at. So I just wanted to do a small little exercise. You've got two things on the screen, right? So one is on the left and one is on the right, right? So how many people think that you should be scared about what's on your left? Right? Your left. Okay, your left will be that side. Your left, okay. And then how many people think about what you should be scared about what's on your right? Okay, well done. Actually, the one on the left is a benign condition. It looks very scary, whereas the one on the right is potentially malignant.
That's right. So these are the two most conditions that you see in elderly population. The bigger one actually is quite benign. It's called seborrheic keratosis, which is an oil gland spot that gets bigger with time and get more and more. Whereas the smaller one just now was a pigmented skin cancer, basal cell cancer, which is quite common. But sometimes you get folks thinking they're just a mole, but it's actually a cancer because it starts to get bleeding, painful, and ulcerate. But sometimes the general doctors, GPs, and the students don't understand, and we thought that it's good to get some background training for them through a learning app. So you can see that the problem in Singapore sometimes if healthcare structure is considered advanced, but there's always a gap between how long do you get to see a specialist from the time you get the lesion, you see a GP or a polyclinic doctor until you reach a specialist. So waiting time is very long for all specialties in Singapore, dermatology being one of them. So if there's a long waiting time to see a skin specialist, sometimes you create a lot of fear and anxiety for the patient and the family. So we want to reduce the gap waiting time by increasing the awareness of conditions like this.
One of the things that you all may know if you all are from Singapore is that Singapore is one of the best healthcare systems all over the world. So the major hospitals in Singapore, SGH, NUHS, have consistently ranked amongst the top 10 hospitals in the world. And the government spends a lot of time and effort to reach out and make sure that the healthcare is available to almost all members of society. Even then, if you look at the two graphs, in a general practitioner's clinic, waiting time can be measured in minutes, whereas the other graph talks about a specialty clinic where waiting time goes into days, sometimes 60, sometimes 90 days. And this is Singapore, where we have a smaller population and we have an excellent healthcare system. Imagine what's happening internationally in other geographies where this kind of infrastructure is not available.
So not to belittle the point, this is a very common headlines that you see in Singapore headlines for the past few years, especially during COVID time where there was a lockdown, and a lot of patients get anxieties because they can't get access to hospital so easily. After COVID has ended, things got a bit better, but we understand that with aging population, that is not going to change. This long waiting time is not going to change unless we do something to modify how the patient's access to skin care or any form of care can be expedited or more easily triageable. Education is one key factor.
Okay. So let's hear from some of the patients about their experiences.
Yes. I had several of these scares in the last 6 or 7 years when a lot of change happened in my general health conditions. Started in 2005. I had issues with the skin. It started with a squamous cell carcinoma on the head, and then I have 2 basal cell carcinoma on the neck and on the nose bridge, the latest one.
Okay, the first time that after a biopsy, I was told that I had a melanoma was in my back, and I was super worried about it because it was the first time I had something like that. I was very worried what could be after that, if that was all or not. And it's true that my mom also had it, so I was familiar with it. But when it happens to you, it's another thing.
Because this was something which looked like repetition, or I have already a specialist for skin, so if anything happens in this area, I would rather go directly to the specialist, because the GP will ultimately also tell me, why don't you go and see a specialist?
But perhaps I know that the GP, what perhaps will say is that I give you a referral to visit the specialist. So I prefer to don't do this step because I'm going directly to the specialist.
This is the kind of the fear factor which I think many patients have. How long will I have to wait if I go for an appointment at the general hospital, for example?
First step, the GP, when they have any concern about that, and they have more elements that can give a quick answer to the problem or something, I think would be good. Because if not, you don't know where to go. You don't know if directly go to specialists, but which specialists are new, I don't know where to go. And I think GPs can help to these people, no?
So yes, I would like to thank my patients who've been looked after these few years for sharing their account. So in a nutshell, they have challenges looking for specialists when they need it, and they felt that maybe GPs are not equipped enough to manage them. But if you recall the ministry's headline last week, they mentioned that GPs are actually specialists now, because GPs actually spends the most time with patients in the primary care, and GPs also get quickest access to patients like this, and they also want to be upskilled in terms of getting knowledge so that actually what the patient wants can be immediately told to the patient straight away from the GP rather than waiting for months to see a specialist with a long waiting time. So that brings us to the basis of this learning app, so that we want to benefit everyone in this circle of healthcare. Of course, patients at the center of everything, they should get the quickest access with the shortest time and get assurance earlier rather than a long waiting time with anxiety. So the GP will be the first port of call because it's the easiest access for all these Singaporeans here. And then if there's any requests or anything that's more challenging that need to be triaged, then the specialist will come in earlier. So this whole gamification of learning app for education brings the specialist right to the GP, which will downstream bring benefits to the patient much earlier. If you can see in a simple way, it's just not very complex. It's design an app, and the GP use an extra tool like a dermoscope, which we'll show later, to magnify the lesion. Then we'll teach them how to recognize lesions through pattern recognition. So these are the important features that we want to measure, like good outcomes, early detection, time saving, and cost saving for patients. GPs get enhanced knowledge because they're going to be specialists too. They get trained in a supportive environment from the healthcare specialists in the specialist hospitals. And for hospitals like us, we also get decanting of unnecessary referrals, so we can focus on patients who need it more urgently through right sighting and reduce the healthcare costs in long run. So
this is the app that we built initially. It's typical enterprise social infrastructure where the app allowed general practitioners to share photographs and videos of the lesions that they were looking at with the community. And then what they were able to get was they were able to get feedback from their peers as well as from specialists on what could be happening. Plus, they had game-based learning exercises and simulated training to be able to get better at recognizing these lesions.
Yeah, so I have to thank Sid's company for designing the algorithm app for us healthcare doctors. So throughout the whole learning process, we also have virtual sessions with the GPs. You can see this is like a typical Saturday afternoon where they are free from work. So they'll log in through this learning platform we call like a Billion group, where GPs will share, or students even, they can share what areas they are not familiar with, what cases they have come across last time they are not familiar with, and then or certain concepts of the game or the books that they read they are not very familiar with. So we just go through those more complex features in more details with them until they get the concept correct. And then of course, through the same time, they also can bond with other fellow learners, because sometimes learning also needs a kind of budding environment where if you learn alone, it can be a bit lonely through a computer. So through these platforms where they meet every quarterly, they actually can have a network session with other learners at the same time and also learn together and perhaps have a future relationship with others. Thank you.
So we're just going to look at what the app currently looks like.
So you see that through the quick video, the app is not really the traditional didactic where you go page 1, page 2, chapter 1, chapter 2, which is how we learn traditionally. But I think for young learners these days, they want something different. So through the app, you realize that first stop, you just play a game, okay? You imagine yourself in real life, you're sitting in a chair, the patient comes in, what are these? So you just play the game and then you focus on the spot and then you circle for the app, which is benign, which is not, and then you will get a feedback instantly, is this correct or not? And then we also have tools like algorithms to guide them, or PDFs or textbooks for them to read, so that to make the whole learning environment engaging and also attuned to the learners, in this case, who are doctors, who are, as you know, are very, very busy. They usually learn things either tea break, lunch break, or on the train home, or before they fall asleep. So you only have 20 minutes of their time. So every module is like a short few 10 minutes to learn something a little bit a day, better than nothing. And ultimately, we want to know whether it actually benefited them. So the only best way is to do like a pre and post assessment for them. And we find that we split two groups. One group learns our app version of learning dermoscopy, and another group learned the traditional lecture methods. And we find that the scores were fairly equivalent. Both groups learned just as well. Be it you learn the traditional way of a textbook and a lecture, or through our app, which makes it our app valuable because it is available anytime at your convenience. We also presented these studies in educational meetings around the world, in Australia and in Paris this year, and we got quite good feedback about adopting this kind of learning model for their students, young residents, and GPs in their countries. So this is also in publication in a paper earlier this year.
So where does AI come in? AI plays many roles. So far, we've only talked about an micro-learning, gamified learning app platform with some elements of gamification, some elements of augmented reality. And I think that when we are talking about any kind of educational change, you need those scaffoldings to be able to move everyone together and have a holistic learning experience for these kinds of serious issues. But what you can do today with implementations through artificial intelligence, through machine learning, is actually start to develop data models that actually become predictive in nature as well. And so what we are doing now is we are actually using techniques for getting from the dermoscope when you take a picture to figuring out how it can be used to recommend certain kinds of specialists who you should be speaking to, or certain kind of learning resources. We are not ready to go yet all the way to treatment. We are not ready to go yet to diagnosis or prognosis based on the app. But what we are trying to do is to augment or give confidence to the general practitioner to find out more about the particular thing that they are looking at. And of course, if it's benign, then it becomes easier for them to also deal with it locally without having to spend or send the user to, or the patient to, a specialist later. So the main modification, as you can see, is actually today implementation of Gen AI, I think, or any kind of machine learning model becomes easier. I showed you the system diagram earlier of the app. And the main thing that we've done now is that we're working with GCP. And what we are doing is we're using the Vertex sandbox. And within the Vertex sandbox, there are many models that you can use. You can actually implement image recognition. You can implement Diagflow, which allows us to take any kind of documentation or data and actually very quickly convert that into natural language or conversational interactions without much effort. And so what we are able to do is we are able to augment our current application structure very easily with an AI stack that gives much better results in terms of the learning resources as well as the speed of diagnosis to the doctors. So yeah, what are we looking at now? We are currently starting to work with other hospital clusters. We've started inviting other hospital clusters to come on board and join our community. The aim is to start moving beyond Singapore. The main strength of this application is that skin conditions are quite similar. The human body is the same all over the world. And so what we can do is we can actually go to various different locations and provide this interconnection between general practitioners as well as specialists. Also, what it will also do is that over time, currently, a lot of the image recognition data that is getting used to train is based on European and Western countries, and so has to do with a lot of Caucasian people. But now we also want to expand that. We want to expand the data set to more to Asians, to Indians, South Asians, to Africans, and so that we have all different types of skin type, and we can actually start looking at a lot of different types of complex skin conditions. And of course, the big aim is that this idea of connecting general practitioners with specialists does not need to be limited only to dermatology, because whether it's neuroscience, whether it's any other kinds of cancers, oncology, endocrinology, or any other discipline, there is a chance for general practitioners to be the first line to answer the patient's concerns and their worries. So yeah, so we are open for research collaboration as well as partnerships, and we're very excited about the next phase of our development journey. And thank you. I think just 33 seconds to go.
Thank you very much, and I would like to thank Steed's company for helping us realize this dream, because it's not easy for healthcare physicians to design an app like this and bring it up to roll to the wider community. So thank you very much, and for anyone who's interested for educational healthcare, do reach out to Steed after the session. So thank you once again.
Thank you.
To those photos, a big thank you to Sid, Dr. O, and all of our morning speakers for your insights and exciting updates from each of your organizations. We are going to break for lunch, and we'll get started here at 1:55 with more exciting sessions in 4 different content tracks here on the main stage, beginning with a really interesting session on the applications of VR for training healthcare workers, and in particular, nursing training, presented by one of the assistant deans of medicine and medical education at the National University of Singapore. So we'll keep up this discussion of XR for healthcare education at 1:55. The expo hall will be open throughout lunch as well, so feel free to eat, rest, explore, and join us at our sessions on all of our stages as they restart at 1:55. Enjoy the break, everyone. See you soon.
Water. Check, check, 1, 2.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the afternoon programming at the main stage of AW Asia 2024. And I hope you all had a great lunch and some time to check out some exciting demos in the expo hall. My name is Shan Liu. Yeah?
Wait till lunch is over.
Okay.
Your script is for after lunch.
I know. I'm just testing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. This is for testing. I hope you all had a great lunch and have some time to check out some exciting demos in the expo hall.
a true enterprise partner ready to support your needs and scale your solution into the metaverse. A true enterprise partner ready to support your needs and scale your solution into the metaverse. A true enterprise partner ready to support your needs and scale your solution into the metaverse. a true enterprise partner ready to support your needs and scale your solution into the metaverse. A true enterprise partner ready to support your needs and scale your solution into the metaverse. A true enterprise.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the afternoon sessions on the main stage of AWE Asia 2024. I hope you all had a great lunch this noon and have some time to check out the exciting demos in the expo hall. My name is Shan Liu, the Executive Director of AWE Asia. And I'll be your host for the afternoon sessions on the main stage. Here on the main stage, we will have a session in the collaboration, education, and training track, followed by the talks in the startup and investors, and then the Web3 track. We will then have a coffee break from 3:20 to 3:35. After the break, we will have 2 more sessions in the gaming, entertainment, and media track. We will wrap up at 4:30 and then turn to the closing ceremony and the Augie Awards here on the main stage this afternoon. Continue our conversation from the morning about the XR in medical training. It's my pleasure to introduce our first session this afternoon, XR Innovations for Training Healthcare Workers, presented by Dr. Alfred Koh. Dr. Koh is the Assistant Dean of Education at the Yung Lu Lin School of Medicine at the National University of Singapore, where he chairs multiple curriculums, committees, and also the undergraduate medical training director at the Department of Surgery at US. He's also the head of a hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery department at the National University Hospital, Singapore. Having taught over 4,000 students over the course of 2 decades, Dr. Koh is involved in a variety of projects that use XR technology in the medical training. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Koh to the stage.
Thanks very much for the invitation. I feel a bit out of place because I'm a doctor by training, but this is a technology kind of conference. Nonetheless, there's a lot of merging of the scene between medical and technology now, so it's my pleasure to be invited to give this talk. I'll be just sharing a little bit about the perspective from an education point of view, how XR technology can enhance the way learning can be done in the medical school. In my capacity as a liver surgeon in NUH, I also chair the education committee in the School of Medicine in NUS. At the same time, I'm also overall in charge of the training as the Vice Chairman of Medical Board for Training Education in NUH. Without further ado, I think the key challenge of medical training in the 21st century is really to redefine what that role of the profession is. And it's important to distinguish between the bulk of information that's available in the medical field to convert it to knowledge to eventually make them competent. But at the same time, I think on the background, we need to be able to think about how this technology like AI and stuff like that will come into play, but more importantly, how that will affect the future relationship between the doctors and the patients. Our aim as medical educators, quite clearly in the last 2 decades, I've been very much involved in medical education and training. And our aim really is to convert the large amount of information and knowledge to skills and competency at the end of it to benefit our patients. And when we deal with adult learners, which are doctors and nurses and allied health, I think it's important to understand the different way of learning. When we teach children, perhaps a lot more information can be front-loaded, but for adult learners, they need to be a little bit more experiential because they need to know what is the right time to learn this, and then they must have a positive experience from that. So I think XR technology definitely has a big role to play to enhance the experience. And more importantly, also to differentiate between teaching younger children versus the adult is really the way how information is going to be transmitted between the teachers and the students. As far as we're concerned, therefore, I think as an educator, it's very important for us to then think about how the advanced technology and learning can be enhanced further. And I just want to introduce very shortly the concept of precision medical education. And last but not least, for today's purpose, what is the role of XR in this journey? If you come across the different kinds of technology that can be used in education, there are all sorts of them. And I think probably about 10 years ago, when you talk about gaming, people will frown at you and say, oh, you're teaching medical students and nurses, they are serious business. Why are you using gaming? Because it's not serious. But there's such thing as serious game, right? You make them serious. But more importantly is we want to know what is in the scene, and therefore we actively try to adopt this. And this particular document that usually the higher education people will look at, it's called Horizon Report, really track the trends of how technology is used in education. And you could actually see that mixed reality and AI is already sort of predicted to be the standard that will come into play in education for the 6 years, and we are already past that. And when we re-review the topic again, AI clearly is well represented here. And really from the student's perspective, how mixed reality can be helpful? I think for our side, the conventional teaching of medical students is you see patients, you learn from them. But nowadays, patients are not going to be so easily allowing you to touch them and use them as, in inverted comma, a guinea pig to learn. So it's important for us to then create a real environment for them to be able to immerse into the situation, enhance their competencies before they actually hit the real ground, and therefore all these technologies are actually essentially extremely helpful to enhance the capability of making them competent before they do something to our patients. And I'll share with you some of this technology that we have implemented in the School of Medicine. Broadly, 6 major areas when we're talking about training of medical and nursing students using this technology, perhaps is number 1, to simplify the delivery of complex information. Number 2, to advance the communication skills. There are a lot of holographic and VR technology that can allow us to do communication skills training, to enhance sense of reality, for example, in the OR, in the ward, and so on and so forth, facilitate the use of large data sets, to integrate virtual objects into physical space so that things that cannot be seen, perhaps it's only visualized in the brain of the experts now, can be visualized in the holographic or virtual manner such that the learners get a better understanding of that knowledge, anatomy particularly. Last but not least, then to enrich comprehension of the medical imaging. And I think now we can merge all these things. And so from the medical training perspective, actually there are 3 major areas that we want to focus on. First is the knowledge and understanding. 2 is practical skills. 3 is social skills development. How does mixed reality add into this? There are many things that mixed reality has in terms of advantage. Got the computer vision, the gesturing, at the same time also the NLP, for example. All this can be enhanced further such that when we use it in training, all these capabilities elevate the experience of the learners and speed up their learning process. And now I just want to quickly bring you through this key concept that has come into play in medical education, because I think increasingly from COVID, we know that when the students are not allowed to go to classrooms, then there's a lot of online learning. How do we really capture this particular momentum to try to see how we can enhance the learning in a very tailored manner? So this definition, unfortunately, after so long, we were thinking about how to make education precise. Really only last year in academic medicine that this particular definition came about, where a systematic approach to integrate longitudinal data and analytics to drive precise educational interventions that address each learner's needs. In other words, we're hoping that in the future, learning can be individualized. The person's learning objective, the journey may be the same. The person who is a faster learner may be able to achieve the endpoint faster and then learn a little bit more with a common end goals, for example. And really, then we can imagine that the student in the classes, for example, will have a personal learning journey that's guided by the data of the person's output, and then tracking and prompting of the person to have a little bit more revision if a person is weak in a certain area with self-directed learning to ultimately achieve the goal. And so actually this is already bread and butter in the NUS School of Medicine, because we have many technology that we injected into the medical education curriculum since probably about 8 years ago. And many of them are now being used as a core curriculum training for our students to enhance their learning. And we will imagine that perhaps in medical education training, the technology that can help us to now enhance the learning, not only that we can use anatomy scans of real patients that can enhance their ability to understand how surgery is formed, how we plan surgery, but perhaps even procedural skills like this, where there are things that you can enhance further by putting a 3D model of the anatomy of the arm of the mannequin to guide them in the procedural skills, for example. So we all know, I'm not here to preach to all of you about the technology. There are different types of head-mounting device. In our institution, we use HoloLens, but of course, there are also projects that are coming on board now using Apple Vision Pro. Really, I think we started the journey probably about 5 years ago when HoloLens 2 came on board, and then we engaged. Microsoft came to engage, and then we had a sit-down workshop to say, what are the key areas that we think medical education can use this technology for? We looked at a few areas, and we started with one or two, and I'll share with you how we do that. And really, I think it's to enhance, rather to capture the capabilities of the technology to do medical training in a meaningful manner. And more importantly, because concurrently in the School of Medicine and the hospital have a parallel track of projects that is being developed. For example, our NUHS Hollow Medicine program actively developed the projects that use this technology in clinical training. And we make it a point that everything that's developed in the clinical training can be bite-sized package to use it for medical training and vice versa, such that it really enhances the communication between clinical practice in real life to medical training to make our students future-proof. And one of the key projects here is this. We call it Project Polaris, essentially where we actually house our procedural skills training in the mixed reality technology on HoloLens, where the students actually have their manual of how to do the procedures on a step-by-step basis in the HoloLens. At the same time, we have video to guide them, and also we have 3D models that will teach them the anatomy of the relevant parts, and we have a few procedures that we teach them using this. And more importantly, as I mentioned just now, not only the step of doing the procedures, but holographic model, but from the instructor's perspective. The instructor who wears this head-mounted device can also immerse into a group of 8 to 10 students where he can actually track the progress of each of the students. And whichever student who has problem, they just need to go to the button, press, I need help, the person will come, and then he can go into the field and see at which stage they are stuck, and then he can give instruction accordingly. So not only that this saves time for a large classroom, that the performance of the learners can be tracked, the instructor can also see the progress of each of the learners, and more importantly, we can capture all this performance and then do data analytics to learn the progress of learning from the students. And what we are hoping to do in the future is to be able to get some form of a tracking device in all these mannequins such that we can even more precisely track the movement. In other words, if the catheter were to have a tracker at the tip, and it goes into the mannequin, we know exactly the angle, the speed, whether it's doing it correctly or wrongly. And that data is rich not only for the teachers to know how to improve the teaching, but also can be individualized to the learners to say you have done 80% accurate in this procedure and there are rooms to improve in this area, for example. And we also have, sorry, maybe I'll just go back to one state where we also have actually our nursing students and our nurses in the hospital who, maybe I'll just go one step back first, yeah. Okay, so this particular one essentially is about the use of the mixed reality technology on a scanner that is able to show the veins on the arms. And our nurses are using this to train the young nurses to recognize veins that can be used for IV cannulation in the ward. But at the same time, I think we're also using this now in some of the wards where the nurses who had this technology is able to identify which vein is good for us to then do IV cannulation and so forth. It is part and parcel of the training for our nurses in the hospital as well. And from the anatomy perspective, I'm a surgeon, so I use a lot of this nowadays in my surgery for liver and pancreas. And we are now also moving into an enhanced accelerated phase of image-guided surgery. So many of this material comes from the real patient scan. A 2D scans of the patient where we traditionally see in a gray and white scale on a 2D monitors. Now we can convert them into 3D model, and this 3D model can be uploaded into VR as well as mixed reality technology. And how do we then use this in the navigation surgery, for example? And of course, all this has great value in simulation preoperatively. In other words, if I go through this in my mind, I know how to cut the liver, but for my trainees, they can't see what's in my brain. I now put them in a visualizable manner in a scan through a technology like mixed reality where they can actually see together with me concurrently how I plan the operation. So these 3D softwares are everywhere now. It's easily available. Accuracy is quite high. In fact, it's enhanced by AI to make sure that the segmentation of the liver volume and the anatomy is accurate. More importantly, what the surgeon really wants to know is what is the size of the liver that needs to be cut away and what's left behind? How is the tumor relationship to the structure, for example? And all this requires perhaps 5 to 10 years of advanced training before the person can reach expertise. One other area of challenge that hasn't been overcome is actually the deformed model of the organ, for example, during operation. And there are now some research that is going on, which I'll show you some examples from my colleagues who are working on this. You imagine that as a surgeon, for example, during the operation, you actually have the patient's real-life scan that you can use to guide your operation. So this is a patient scan during an open operation where we superimpose anatomy of the patient's scan onto the organ itself. Then you can see beyond the surface of the organ how the anatomy structure inside looks like, and then you can actually do accurate surgery more precisely. And more importantly, in the old days, we had to unscrub, go to the computer, look at the scan, come back and do the operation again. Nowadays, you can have this scan right in front of you. And we have done this in many kinds of operations for laparoscopic surgery, for transplant, and so on and so forth. Essentially, all these are now technology that's available. We are not quite there yet in terms of real-time navigation, but this is the closest it can be at this juncture based on the technology that's available. And on top of that, we are also developing now projects where we can do on-table ultrasound real-time, and we're hoping that this ultrasound signature or the images can be merged in cloud together with the patient's 3D scan that is available prior to the operation, and merge these two information together to be able to give us accurate navigation in the future. So what is being developed now in our team in NUHS is some of these things that we are looking at researching on using MR elastography to reconstruct the anatomy of the liver. And at the same time, at some point in time in the future, we want the 3D computer vision to have a mesh generation where we can actually get real-time deformity model that combine all this information together through cloud, through digital twins, that you get actually real-time information that changes together with the steps of the operation. And that's hopefully potentially something that we can look at in the future, where when you have a liver that started off with the operation, halfway through when you cut, it changes the shape and size, and then it gives you a new information that is real-time to guide your surgery in a more precise manner. Perhaps I think this definitely will require AI to enhance that. Now, how is that useful in teaching? Now, all this information, fortunately, while it enhances the surgeon to perform the surgery, is available. You can reuse them. You definitely can use them to teach students, trainees, residents, surgical trainees, and so on and so forth. And we have done all this technology using it as a preoperative simulation, for example. You can see that the kidney surgeon in our hospital is using this to learn about resection of tumors in the kidney, understand the anatomy, or even before taking out the kidney from a patient who needs to transfer the organ into a transplantation, for example. And we also use this, for example, during pancreas operation, where I use this to teach my trainees how to study the anatomy of the tumor to the surrounding vessels and use it to superimpose it during the operation such that they understand when I cut through a certain structure, what does that mean and what are the risks and the steps involved. And our cardiac surgeon, in fact, quite creatively use this to teach. Firstly, is for clinical use, where they actually use it to localize where is the correct place to place the incision in the chest such that you can access the heart, to removing certain tumors in the lungs, where they actually now use a scan to superimpose it in a real patient, where you then can identify where the tumor is and then accurately excise that. Not only that is useful for clinical care, to enhance the patient's understanding, which is also an important education process, where the patient actually can see their own anatomy and understand what is going to be done. And when you counsel a patient about the operation, if they see your view of the operation, of the anatomy of the tumor, for example, or even in this case is a donor transplant, then they can understand how the operation is. It increases their confidence and understanding of that. Right, so I mentioned about preoperative surgical planning. And we also let our students see these structures during the operation so that they understand how we plan the operation. And there's a lot of education value in that. And of course, there's also games that you can create using this for rehabilitation. And our Ella Health use this to train our patients with stroke to do exercises such that their arms and muscles are all rehabilitated during the process. And we also need to bear in mind that not only now this particular head-mounted device is the only device available. There are plenty of other things that is being developed on the background in healthcare. The wearables are everywhere now. It can be a contact lens. It can be different devices that's used. Really, all this needs to be viewed as one big ecosystem to enhance the mixed reality, or rather the whole metaverse technology and environment. In fact, I wanted to show you this particular haptic glove that's developed by the NUS engineering team that worked closely with us. that it is probably the smallest in the world, that's very light and agile, and uses air microtubules to allow you to have sensing. And we are now working with them to create this to use a medical education tool where you can actually, in the mixed reality world, create a lever that you can feel. There's no physical object, but you can actually feel the feedback of how the organ in the abdomen looks like, and so on and so forth. Right? And of course, we already have some prototype ready, and this is, in fact, without the presence of a physical object, you can feel the shape and the heart moving and so on and so forth using this mixed reality technology, combining with the haptic gloves. Now, communication. One last few bits of my talk today is the use of this in immersive environment for learning and training communication skills. And our students actually can have holograms that can replace real patients to train them on communication skills. So, for example, we use this particular one that we developed for our students to talk to a hologram, and it's facilitated by NLP, such that the feedback from the hologram actually can give you real conversation that can back and forth. The older version of this was on desktop, laptop, online, where they have AI chatbot and so on and so forth. Now you have students who can then talk to the hologram, who then can get a conversation going on. In fact, multiple learners can use this at the same time. And we are in the process of creating more complex simulation scenarios with GigXR, for example. We're working on 3 modules related to the gastrointestinal conditions to teach our students how to manage patients with jaundice, with bleeding GIT, with intestinal obstruction, for example. So this is one of the models that we're working on, and hopefully by end of this year, we will be able to start piloting this on our students as well. And really, I think the connectivity of this particular technology is also good in a way where, in fact, we did this in COVID, where the surgeon wears this HoloLens, and then during the operation, beam the operation live to a screen or student sitting behind, and then we are able to pull out the relevant anatomy of the student, of the anatomy of the area, and then someone will comment, and this was one of the ways where we can do the teaching and connectivity through Metaverse to our students. And really, I think the potential is immense. This is one way where we were connecting to someone that's online in India as well as in Korea. I think there were communications to study the anatomy of the liver, for example. And to beaming live surgery, this is 2 months ago when I did a live operation, projecting this to my colleagues in Turkey, and we were discussing online how to do the operation, and there were audience behind there that were learning about how to do the surgery, and we actually have augmented reality images of the patient's scan on board, and so on and so forth. Right, so some newer technologies and development that I'm going to just quickly skim through. Essentially, I think with AI enhance all this technology now, whatever that's being used in clinical setting, in this case was actually about automated liver augmentation, can be used for education and teaching. Deformable mesh, I think something that's going to come, and definitely something that we're looking forward to as liver surgeon, because it's going to be extremely helpful in how we plan our operation. Now, ultimately, I think if we would imagine a real clinical setting, we can have both the real and the digital world that capture the data that can help us to enhance how we do our work and care for our patients in the future. And perhaps in the future, in the training of healthcare workers and so on and so forth, it's important for us to understand, with the whole ecosystem being built in place, we need to future-proof our healthcare learners, and therefore the impetus to incorporate all this is now, so that they are ready to use it and implement that in their workplace in the future. So just very quickly in the last 2 minutes, looking at what evidence is there to support the use of this, because in education we're always saying that there's no evidence, it's just for fun. But there are now more and more studies that are being published, and this particular study looking at the effectiveness of using augmented reality in training essentially looked at a couple of 13 studies. And what really I wanted to highlight to you is one point. While knowledge at this point in time has not been shown to have an improvement, likewise skill, because it requires more complex learning process. But what is effective here is, firstly, the confidence of the learner has grown, and is particularly shown in these studies. And also importantly, the performance time of the learners. And last but not least, the satisfaction of the learner. Now, so from the education perspective, In traditional way of training in medical school, perhaps we say, oh, you take 5 to 8 years to complete your med school, 5 more years to train your residency, then you become a specialist, and it takes another 10 years for you to be an expert. And this may be accelerated by perhaps technology that can efficiently help your learning, enhance your speed of learning and learning curve and so on. So perhaps you can reach the expertise level perhaps much faster to, in the future, very personalized learning where that is equipped by the use of all this technology that can track your own performance, and then you tailor the learning accordingly, and your teacher will help you to guide your learning process. But I'm here talking to you as a doctor and an educator. While we want to use technology in education, I think in healthcare we are very particular about the fact the human touch cannot be replaced by technology. That's extremely important. So even if we want to use technology to enhance learning and so on and so forth, there is no way we will replace the human beings in medicine, and not in a way replacing the secret relationship between doctors and patients. We don't want a machine to come and tell you that you're going to, go at some point in time in the future, but you need the person to be there to hold your hand and tell you that. But there's great value in using technology in training and education. Yet, at the same time, the relationship between the teachers and the learners are sacred. The machine cannot replace that. Perhaps in the future, technology can look like this in healthcare, where we can have all this immersed into an ecosystem that we use it on a day-to-day basis. The mixed reality devices are almost day-to-day things that we use in the operating theater and the wards, where the patient's information, data, parameters are all housed on it, and they are also of great value in teaching at the same time. But what we are narrowing the gap is actually the information that's available for the experts now is easily available to the learners as well. So my conclusion slide, down right to the last 15 seconds, I think medical education and training is undergoing rapid change, and there is a lot of avenue for us to think about how to use technology to enhance that, but it's extremely important for us not to be afraid of the technology, but to make it work to our advantage and incorporate it in a meaningful manner to enhance learning. And I like this quote very much, and a colleague of mine introduced it to me. The best way to predict the future is to create it. And I end on the dot. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ko, for your insight on how XR democratized and help improve the quality of training for medical workers. We now pivot to the startup and investor track here on the main stage, while the education track continue on substage 1. Our next talk is How to Succeed in XR, an XR Investor AMA, presented by Mr. Tipatat Chinavazin, who is the general partner at the Venture Reality Fund, which has looked at over 7,000 startups in the space and invested over 50. Tipatat will discuss successful XR startups, including those behind BeatSaber, which has earned over $350 million and enterprise SaaS companies with over 10 million annual recurring revenues. I invite you to think of some questions you would like to ask during our AMA components of the session. Please join me in welcoming Tipatat to the stage.
Hello, hello. Hey everyone, thank you for having me. So I have some slides, I'll go through them pretty quickly, but I really want to make this an interactive session. So I'd love if you have questions. I'll talk a little bit about what we see as success in B2C as well as B2B. But honestly, there's more data on the B2C side that I can share. Most of the B2B side is kind of private, so I couldn't make slides. But you can ask me, and I might be able to tell you something, okay? So who am I? I am the co-founder of the Venture Reality Fund. We are an early stage VC based in Silicon Valley, but investing globally in VR, AR, and generative AI. We have over 100 million under management. We've now looked at over 9,000 startups in the space, invested in over 55. Some of our most successful companies include Rec Room, which is the first software VR unicorn, Epic Games, everyone knows, makers of Fortnite, Beat Games, which is the makers of Beat Saber, the most successful VR game of all time, Alchemy Labs, which is another very successful VR game studio that was acquired by Google, InWorld, which is a leading generative AI engine for NPCs, Virtualytics, which is one of the leaders in data visualization and analytics using XR tools, and then Apprentice, a pharmaceutical manufacturer in XR. All of these companies, again, highly successful. And then we've had exits to Google, Meta, and Apple through our portfolio. So XR market overview. I want to talk about the consumer XR market right now. So we're seeing an install base of about 40 million units. That's between the Quest, the Valve Index and PC VR ecosystem, and then the PSVR 2 and the Sony ecosystem. App Store revenues are over $4 billion. This represents the consumer spend on the different app stores, the Meta Horizons App Store, which is the Quest App Store, the Steam VR App Store, and then the PlayStation VR App Store. And then, like we mentioned earlier, top B2B VR companies, or XR companies we're seeing, are now surpassing 10 million ARR, and even some are surpassing 20 million ARR as well. And so I will say, investment is down from a 2021 high, but that is across the board in all ecosystems except for generative AI. And that we're still tracking about over $1 billion will be invested in the XR space this year. The most important thing that's been happening in the past year was really that we're seeing this Gen 3 wave of XR devices. We're finally seeing mixed reality out there in the main field. Vision Pro launched. A lot of people never thought the day would come. A lot of people thought it would come much earlier. But Apple did release their Vision Pro. And anyone that's tried it will know there's definitely a lot of trade-offs. There's definitely a lot of things that, it could be lighter, it could be less expensive. But if you put that on the headset of someone and they do the immersive dinosaur experience, I have yet to see anyone not believe that spatial computing is the future. And so I think it's very important that we have someone that's trying to go mainstream at $500 or less, which is Meta, and then someone that's going to be aspirational and show what an unlimited budget, how great XR can be. So now I want to focus a little bit more about App Store sales. So we saw, again, in software sales alone, primarily game applications, right? These were the 3 different app stores, yellow being the Meta Store, now called the Meta Horizons Store, red being Steam, and then blue being PlayStation. And again, the majority of the revenue is from the Meta Store. And that's really because of the success of the Quest. You can see when VR first launched, pretty small, and then the Quest 1, and really it was the Quest 2 that was a huge success, and of course COVID. But you could see that the market is huge. So looking at the Quest Store in particular, Quest, about 30 million devices sold between Quest 3, Quest 2, and now of course there'll be the Quest 3S coming out shortly. But what's really interesting is this. Over 200 titles have made over $1 million in revenue. Most of those games actually had budgets of less than $1 million, so they're profitable. Now, more importantly, 46 titles have done 10 million, and over 5 million have done over 100 million in revenue. Right? And a top title has done over 200 million in revenue. So right now, the most successful game by, not by revenue, but by active users is this game called Gorilla Tag. And if you're unfamiliar with it, it's a social VR game where you play by moving with your arms. So they call it gesture locomotion, right? And the core is you're with your friends, you're playing, very popular with the younger crowd, developed by a single developer. Meta was so confused by the game, they refused to let it into the App Store, so it was stuck in the App Lab for quite some time. But it's gone on to generate over $100 million in revenue, and now has 1 million daily active users in VR alone. Solo developer. So this is what success can look like, And so now let's take a look at broader spectrum. Like what are we seeing? Top performers based off lifetime revenue. Top 25 games present about 60% of lifetime revenues. What are the criteria for success? What have we seen? The most successful games are indie games, not AAA, not coming from the big players, but indie games. And why do they win? It's because VR native mechanics. Some of the most popular games are physics-based combat, physics-based locomotion, or gesture-based locomotion, gesture-based gameplay. So really embracing the 6-DoF controllers and having the most moment-to-moment fun you can have. So big IP and AAA game studios struggle. Subscription and IAP are becoming viable options. Sequels don't succeed. Mixed reality has yet to succeed. Social and multiplayer games have always been successful, but now, especially like Gorilla Tag and the Gorilla Tag-like games, are become extra successful. Embodied gameplay, so third-person platform games, there are a few of them. None of them, aside from maybe Moss, have been super successful, and even Moss, I would say, is marginally successful compared to some of the big hits that we're seeing here. Yeah, and here is a list of the most revenue-generating games, I think, in rough order, with Beat Saber being the top, and then Blade and Sorcery being next. But you can kind of see what's really interesting about this is what type of game and type of interaction really wins in XR. So now I want to talk a little bit about B2B success. And again, I can't get into too much details because none of this is really public information. But again, areas that we see XR startups with over 10 million ARR are in the training sector, healthcare sector, manufacturing sector, data analytics sector, and product design sector. So a lot of these are 3D spatial tasks. And I think what I really want to call out is really, this does not require mainstream adoption. The hardware is good enough that you can come up with those use cases that really need or showcase why VR is necessary or XR is necessary. And solutions have to do the impossible to drive adoption. I'll give you an example. So the previous presentation was fantastic, talked a lot about training, but really we feel like the opportunity of healthcare is not just training. Training is good. But what's great is when you're actually using XR tools in the surgery. So we're talking now about surgical navigation. And what are the outcomes that we're seeing? With these surgical navigation tools using VR, AR headsets, doctors can now perform potentially error-free surgery for certain procedures. So there's spine surgery, orthopedic surgery, and one of the companies, they're called Proprio, in clinical tests right now, like clinical trials, but they're seeing that doctors are having zero error-free surgery, which is unheard of. Right now, the state of the art is 50% error rate. 50% of the surgeries have to be redone at the expense of the hospitals and again, at the risk of the patients. If we can eliminate that, then adoption of XR tools isn't maybe possibly. It would actually be inhuman not to adopt that, right? So that's what I mean by what XR can solve these impossible tasks. And I think the number one thing I see when I have a startup that comes to me, especially in enterprise, they're like, oh, we have something. And I'm like, well, what's the ROI? What's the main benefit of this? What is this worth? And I'm like, oh, it's a little bit better. It's 10% faster, 10% savings, maybe like hundreds of thousands per customer, maybe $1 million per customer. That's like, no, you have to think billions. You have to think world-changing. But what's great is, especially now with things like the Apple Vision Pro, you can now actually start creating those experiences that could do those things. Okay. So now I did want to turn it over to you guys. Hopefully you guys have some questions. If not, I can keep talking out of my butt, whatever you guys prefer. Oh, I did want to have 2 more facts about enterprise. One thing to note too. So Tailspin was an enterprise training company in VR, just got acquired by Cornerstone, which is one of the biggest players in general employee development. So now they're going to bring VR to their 7,000 customers, which represents over 125 million employees. So understanding, again, XR is going to scale in a big, big way across multiple factors. And then we're seeing a lot of use cases, right, for XR that are going beyond just traditional gaming. We're seeing, of course, fitness being a huge opportunity. We're seeing a lot of other areas, too, where XR adoption is growing. Okay, so again, any questions? Yes.
So during a pitch, right, it's important to have a workable tech demo to show what's the investor that the product's like, or we can just have a very detailed proposal, or whichever is more appealing to the investor.
So it depends on who the investor you're talking to and how much money you're asking for. Like, are you very early stage? Like usually, if you don't have a demo yet, you're pitching just an idea to like an angel investor, like a rich uncle or auntie, and then you'll get the money to build out the prototype. Once you have the prototype, then you can come and talk to a seed or pre-seed investor with a working prototype, and then you're still before market fit. You do that, you get the money to kind of get certain customers, you do your seed round or your pre-seed round, and then once you start actually getting traction, getting customers, kind of getting closer to like $1 million in revenue and $1 million ARR, like recurring revenue, then you can talk to more bigger investors about your like A round. That's typically the scales that you go. But what I would say is this: yes, build your demo. Build your demo. Absolutely build your demo. Because the most important thing is you need to impress the investors. And honestly, we get a lot of people talking all the time. And it's like I'm 1,000 times more impressed by someone that's builds it and can show me, because it's never the idea, it's always the execution.
Hi, thank you. I'm Josephine. I build an app using augmented reality to know who is who around you. I'm also based in San Francisco, and I wanted to ask you if you think that generally we know that not many investors are excited about AR or XR. So do you see a change in the trend in that?
Yeah, no, that's a very good question. So I will say this: the majority of investors right now are only interested in generative AI, right? But the most interesting thing is, like, investors are more interested also too in solutions being solved and real revenue and real user traction. So if you can say, hey, you know what? Like, it doesn't matter if it's AR or VR, but we have a growing community of users and we have retention of like 50%, day 30. Yeah, people are like, I don't care what you're doing. Like, yeah, I want to talk to you, right? So, but you're right. I think the days of leading in with like, hey, we have AR, we have VR, or we have something for on the Vision Pro, like, that's not that interesting. But I think that's also a maturity of the market as well, because now, like we said, like, there are companies that are succeeding. And so if you're going to go to a company investor and say like, hey, give me money, I have an idea, I have a rough prototype, well, it's like, well, these companies that are succeeding are asking me for money already too, so I probably would rather give them money as well. So that's also how I would think about things, how the market has changed. Yes?
Yeah, I got a two-part question. So I wanted to ask if you have been also looking at numbers that are not direct from the App Store, like, for example, SideQuest.
Yeah.
So have any of them showed traction that are not in the mainstream
Sure.
App Store? And the follow-up question is, what about platforms like SideQuest? Because they provide alternatives as opposed to following all the regulations that you need to follow from the main App Store, like all the App Stores. And they could be gems that could be undiscovered from there.
That's a great question. And again, Gorilla Tag is a great example of this. So Gorilla Tag was not allowed into the main App Store. So it's only on App Lab and SideQuest for about a year. And I believe they did, I want to say it was $5 to $10 million just on the App Store, or just on the App Lab, before they had actually graduated into the main store. But Meta has made a change now. And so now everything in the App Lab is now searchable on the main store. And so there's no longer as much of a distinction between the two. And of course, SideQuest is great. There's a good ecosystem there. There's good community. It's a good way to get people to find your app. But at the same time, the main store is where most of the money is. And the biggest opportunity, right? Like, when it comes down to it, it's all about distribution, right? And how do you market and how do you get people to download your app or in Quest? And that's primarily by being featured in the App Store, right? The second way is to get like TikTok views, right? All right.
Yes.
Any other questions?
Yes, right here. I want to know what's your prediction in the future in terms of growth for this market.
For which markets?
We show us prediction on the XR market and how it's growth from 2019.
Sure.
What's your prediction or forecast regarding that, like post 2024? What's your prediction?
This is a tough question, right? Like, I feel like predictions are usually just never right. But what I will say is this: like, we see or we expect pretty steady growth, not exponential growth, until something big happens, right? So right now, what we're seeing in the XR market is steady growth. We'll probably still stay in like the tens of millions of devices with like slow growth for the next couple years until we see something major happen. And that could be either a great new game that comes out that drives adoption in a big way. It could be a new form factor where it's lighter, more accessible. Again, there are some people that was hoping it would be mixed reality. I don't think that will be the thing. There's also people that are like, oh, have a big bet on Apple, and not the Vision Pro, but when they release the Vision Air or the Vision S, right? Like that will be maybe another big inflection point. But that might not necessarily be for gaming. That might just be more for like generalized spatial computing. But that will probably be the biggest inflection point in the market. And so looking at those things, we're like, okay, can we get to, say, hundreds of millions of headsets? I would say we are waiting for that moment when Apple releases their next big device, or if Meta does a really big breakthrough on their next device, right? Like those would be the big two inflection points, and that would happen either like 2 to 3 years from now or 6 years from now. And that's when we'll start getting into the 100,000 headsets. But what I will say is this, even in the tens of millions of headsets, huge fortunes can be made for relatively small budgets, okay?
Hello, I just have a quick question about wowing investors, to use your term. How early or how polished would you like it to be? For instance, should we present it to you when it's kind of a pretty rough prototype, or should we wait like 6 more months when it's a little more polished?
The more polished, the better, honestly. And also, too, like, we have to think about, like, what are you raising money for? How much are you raising? That always kind of, like, factors into the math, right? Of, like, okay. But, again, I wouldn't stop until it wows you, right? Until it wows someone. If it's rough and, oh, my God, you can still see the magic, okay, that's amazing. But if you need more refinement, it has to be that thing where people look at this and they're like, hey, this needs to exist in the world, right? Like, that's it. I mean, the other way I would think about this too, and this is more for like gaming and softer things, is like putting out a teaser trailer, showing that it goes viral on YouTube or TikTok or whatever, right? Like finding some way of getting some kind of social proof or excitement about your idea before you've fully built out a functioning prototype will be the other way you could try to get investor attention. Okay? Please.
So do you see any traction in content creation sector?
Any traction in the content creation sector? So you're talking about like tools for creating content?
Yeah, tools for creating content,
Yeah.
and also actually studios or companies who want to create content.
So there are a couple, like so Gravity Sketch is the most successful like product design VR tool. So content creation as being like product design and 3D models there. There's another called Shapes XR. It's really pretty popular for like prototyping. They're kind of Figma of XR. But I get pitched a lot of times this idea of like, hey, we're making a tool that lets you make XR easier. Like, it's web-based or it's using generative AI, and now you can create this XR content so much faster, so much cheaper. But a lot of times I'm like, well, that XR content you're creating is garbage, and no one would pay for it, right? So what I would say, if you're making a creative tool, you have to validate that tool in the marketplace, right? So like if Toy Story wasn't a success, no one would care about Pixar Render Man. Or if like Unreal Engine, like if Unreal Tournament wasn't a huge success, no one would care about the Unreal Engine, right? And so you have to show your tool is amazing. If you're like, hey, we made Gorilla Tag, we made Beat Saber, and now we're gonna hand over the tool so you can make things like that, yes. But if you're like, hey, we've created another tool that lets you drop this 3D model in this scene, go F yourself.
Yeah, hi.
Yeah, sorry. You can see I'm getting a little hangry. Sorry.
No problem. What are your views on crypto and the metaverse in the future?
Stay away.
Stay away?
Stay away.
Okay.
Stay away. Crypto is not the metaverse, right? Like, I will say this. Web3, I think there's some interesting uses of it, but man, it's become this like toxic cesspool of like badness because of a lot of, because it's unregulated and because there's a lot of bad actors in there, right? And so I would just say, at least for me, when I see something like, I would say like, it's hard to do great XR. It's hard to do great Web3 crypto. Like, focus on one thing or the other. I haven't seen much really positive synergy between the two. All right, last 5 minutes, so let's go. Anyone? Sure.
Hello, I'm from DealVR. We are a 2C VR video streaming platform.
Okay.
And I wanted to ask if you see any opportunities in this track, because for now it's just Meta Store, they pay, Meta TV, they pay for like big studios to shoot.
Yeah.
And for Apple, they shoot their own immersive videos.
Yeah.
So is there opportunities for third party like us?
So 360, 180 video, stereo video right now, at least at the quality that we've seen, hasn't been very compelling. People only pay for porn. That's the only thing. So I would just challenge you to say, can you find an avenue where there's a certain type of content that people would pay for, right? And you can't expect it to be paid for by the platforms. You can't expect it to be ad-driven. It can't just be about item. It has to be good enough that the content itself, that the user will say, hey, you know what? I'll pay $1 a video, or I'll pay for a subscription fee because I think this content is valuable. Now, I would argue up until the Vision Pro, I hadn't seen any kind of 180 stereo or 360 video that anyone would pay for aside from porn. But now with the Vision Pro with Apple, they have this visual fidelity, they have like the production value where there is content that maybe people might pay for, but it's uncertain. I do feel though that going volumetric and not using the, I don't want to throw any companies under the bus, but not using the similar technology that Microsoft used to use, but using something based off Gaussian splat that was really, really impressive, that might change, that might move the needle. But with the current technology at the current resolution and the current subjects, I haven't seen any success there. And I would suggest, again, just trying very hard to find what kind of content people would really pay for. And it could be something more on the lines of streamers or and just figure out can you create a better experience? Is 180 stereo streaming better than 2D streaming, right?
Yeah, just over here. Just wondering if you've had any information about LBE, if it's returned since COVID, and if theme parks have actually started to embrace the technology.
Okay, honestly, I will admit I'm pretty ignorant on this part, but that's also because none of the revenues have been super significant. I think, again, the one Sandbox has done somewhat well, and they talked about numbers of play, but they've never talked about how much revenue it's actually generated. So I'm kind of like, well, I will say it's not a drop in the bucket of the $4 billion that's being spent in the consumers. So if I was an XR startup right now starting from scratch, I wouldn't care about LBE. I wouldn't worry about LBE. I wouldn't do anything in LBE. That's not to say LBEs can't be successful. They can be, but at the same time, you always have the trade-off of what's the cost, right? How much does it cost to create, to run and operate an LBE? There's so many other factors that that could determine your success that are outside of your business, like a global pandemic or something like that, So, yeah, I don't know. I'm not a fan of LBE as a business model, but that doesn't mean it can't be. I would just say this. I have a hard time believing that LBE is a venture scale opportunity, but it could still be a good opportunity for smaller companies. Last question, sorry.
Hi, my name is Ryan from Indonesia. I'm Spectralisium. Okay. We are using a volumetric video to scan all the traditional dance of Indonesia and martial arts. Awesome. We already got a commitment from the government to do that.
That's fantastic.
So they're going to pay for the system, and then they're going to deliver to 53 million students of Indonesia. Would that be something interesting for VCs?
It would be interesting for a VC once, if you can say, hey, those students paid X amount of money for a subscription, or hey, they retained and they use this once a month, and we have good metrics based off that. But off the general premise, I would probably say not. Okay. But I do think this is an interesting category, and if you could say, hey, like for me, as a VC, I'd be like, okay, well, what's the business use case of that? Cultural enrichment is important, as a human being, but as an evil VC, I have to think, okay, where's the real dollars here? What's the business opportunity?
Yeah, there's it.
Okay, I think that's it. I'm out of time. I'll be outside if people want to ask me more questions. Stay in contact with me. Follow me on X. I'm at Tipatat, TIPATAT. I hope this was helpful and informative. Thank you.
Thank you, Tipatat, for the thought-provoking session. Next up, we have the talk, Unleashing the Potential of Web3, Enhanced Human Experience in Asia's XR Industry, presented by Dr. Luke Soon. Dr. Soon is the author of the book, Genocide's Human Experience in the Age of AI, and served as a partner at PwC. Dr. Soon has over 25 years of experience leading multi-year human experience-led transformations with global telcos, fintech, insurtech, and automotive organizations across the globe. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Luke Soon to the stage.
We should just have continued with the questions just now. That was really interesting. In the next 20 minutes, 25 minutes, what I'm going to bring to you is going to be slightly different, a bit of a different flavor. I wear two hats. Obviously, a lot of the questions that was asked just now, I work with clients to embed all those technologies, current and future, into their PLAN, basically to make money from it. What I wrote, however, is completely different. It's something that I wrote quite a while ago, but it was completed in 2022, 23. And it's a sum of experiences looking at trends for AI emerging tech, which we're going to talk about, all the way until the year 2050. And the genesis for this really is because I'm closer to my grandmother compared to my 10-year-old daughter when it comes to Roblox. It's just complete different generation. And personally, I'm very big on the global ethics scale. So I work a lot with other researchers in AI to think about the implications for AGI, ASI. I'm sure you guys have heard of all those terms today, involved in the Safety Acts. If you guys are aware of Anthropic's RSP, scaling laws and all, so very, very deep into those stuff. But all of those learnings are embedded in here, and it's a bit of a projection on what the world is going to be like for us. I don't see the metaverse as a uni-pillar or platform technology that will bring us the 3D internet for the future. It has to be combined with AI, crypto, blockchain. I know all those words that you guys were talking about for the past 2 days. All of that comes together, and all of that culminates in something called trust. Because when we transcend the human experience, in the research that we've been doing right now in our labs with XR, VR, and AR, the amount of data that we're capturing from heat signatures, from eyeball, from biometrics, and being able to put that through a model to predict shoe sizes, to predict how you fancy someone, or to predict how you are responding to new ads, for example. So we're working with a lot of clients to test all these out. The amount of information that's coming out is unreal. We used to have surveys and demographics to do that right now. But then begs the question, do you know that you're actually disclosing these kinds of information from your periphery that we're working with? And the other day, I think last week, I was talking in a conference with a bunch of marketing people. It's not certain whether we're going to be marketing to humans, obviously, or are we going to market to autonomous agents? And we did that demo and proof on stage. So it's possible to get an agent to build up your marketing research plans for a product placement, getting into a market, get it to recursively tell another agent to say, how does that fit in with our company strategy, our strengths, our SWOT analysis, whatever you want to talk about, and then get another agent to then join the crew to say that, come up with a marketing campaign or program across X, TikTok, and so forth. And technically, it's possible in the next couple of years, if, let's say, US bans TikTok, for you to recreate a TikTok for yourself through prompt engineering. It's whether we allow that trust and agency to be handed over from humanity to agents. So work in this area that we are working in the AI factory and labs with clients, that gets me quite worked up at night. So from the value creation perspective, very nice. It's about banks making more money. We've got omnichannel. We've got all that great stuff. but the amount of stuff that's coming through in the next couple of years, and you all know that this is going to be scaling exponentially. There is a big, big arms race that's going on. So the Cold War in the 80s and 90s, and now we've got the new war, basically. The CHIPS Act. I think Congress is going to look at the Safety Act for the US. The UK, the Europeans are normally ahead. There's a lot of things that we need to crunch through, but all of that links to trust. And there's a way to measure that. I got lots of debates from all clients across the world saying, why is that so that when we're more connected than ever? Because now, I mean, if you talk about XR, as you embody, an embodied AI gets into the metaverse, it's indistinguishable in the next 3 to 5 years, whether it's a human, which is virtualized, or whether it's an AI agent that's actually taking on form and body. So that becomes really interesting. And something that gets a bit discussed globally is that we are not treating this as the birth of a new species. So again, it's quite contentious. So when we talk about all of these things coming together, superintelligence, the XR, talk about cybernetics. I'm sure you guys are thinking about cybernetics in the next few years as well. Neuralink is only the start. They've got nanoprobes coming as well. The whole experience now becomes like the birth of a new species, and then we get into a lot of ethics, saying, do we allow the machine, let's call it that for the moment, to survive on its own, and do you want to switch it off and so forth? If it can self-recursively improve, it has consciousness. And it's a branch of neuroscience that we dig into quite a lot. But as a humanity, as a species, I feel that we should maximize the core human value set in the training and impart that into, let's say the IQ for Anthropic Claude is what, 155 right now, an undergrad. I think that's where the common understanding is. In the next couple of years with GPT-5, with Llama 4, and the rest that will come out, that will bring you easily to a sub-PhD level. So imagine a string of PhDs that are abundantly available to you. The cost of intelligence will go really, really low. The cost of labor will go really, really low. And that's something that we need to deal with. So we need to deal with this by being long between both species, humanity and AI. And in all worlds, virtual worlds and in the real world, this equation holds true. The human experience, at least for us in the room right now, we're all divided into 2 buckets of personas. We are clients, citizens, fathers, of course. And the other part is when we develop value for an organization, for a brand. So no matter which permutation and which journey you go in through, as it streams on and online, off between the worlds, this equation still holds true. So I've summed it up, 300 over pages. If there's something that will drop up from there is, and there are a lot of case studies and data points with all these. I think I had 75 years worth of data to crunch in to come up with some of these. But these are the things that I would like to leave you with. Something to ponder as we embrace new technology moving forward. What I also did was to look at the 9 blocks. We love doing these kind of stuff by looking at what's coming our way. You guys have probably seen this in some form or other. And there's a lot of research from WEF, from other forums to look at it. But the one that gets quite interesting right now, and which I feel is the base use case for AI and intelligence, is around hyperconnectivity. So the brain-machine interfaces, we've got a couple of use cases now with Elon, and there are more coming along the way. And we talk about the headsets becoming, what, 50, 100 gram? I think someone was talking about getting them into a Ray-Ban. 50, 60 grams looks good on you. But the ultimate objective, if you strip everything away from a design perspective, is about getting closer into your hippocampus, your brainstem, and your neocortex as you roll stacks on top of it. So how long will we stave off and say no to that level of intrusion? If I were to say that if you had that ability, that fusion, you get superpowers. And superpower means that you can cross between worlds, so it's really becoming like Snow Crash and The Matrix. You get superpowers because you do the value creation of your jobs in 2 places, or multiple places, or omni amounts of places. So you have agents, yourself, virtualized, working in the virtual worlds, multiple of them, farming, doing other stuff of value to other people in the community. So think of it this way. I was having a debate with someone from another professor from a university. If you think of the future nation states, as we know the geography, Europe, Asia, Americas, Latin America, what about a new continent of agents? And this continent of agents, which is almost an infinite amount of workforce, can be both virtual and in real life as well. So you have the physicalized, embodied, they're fancy terms for it, humanoid robots. And those are getting, I'm sure you guys know, that's getting into mainstream production very quickly. And then you've got another set which are virtualized. So then you've got those humanoid robots who can actually take form digitally in the metaverse as well. So the permutations get really, really interesting. But one way to think about it is that a nation or a continent of bots or AI intelligence, that's really, really interesting as we get into hyperconnectivity. The other thing that I'm personally very, very, very interested in is, we had a Dr. Alfred talking about just now, healthcare revolution. So he had a lot of use cases on XR, VR, how you would actually perform. But a lot of the work that we're doing is actually in the upstream side of it, which is drug discovery. So with AI, I'm sure you guys know, we can unfold proteins, AlphaFold, Demis-Hassabis, all of them have done those kind of work, which allows us to shorten the time to create drugs, new medicines, cancer options that are very promising, at least halving that time. I feel those are the best users of technology, in this case, XR and AI combined, and we're doing a lot of work in that. I'll give you another simple use cases. With the hospitals through AI, because we've got LLMs that we're very familiar with, but the VLMs that we're tweaking onto a post-tuning onto the small models at the hospitals, in some hospitals here, are able to detect whether people wash their hands. So it's age-old, even in the dark ages till now, not everyone washes their hand going in between wards. And being able to detect that is a lifesaver, basically. Again, using AI for really just and live causes. The rest of it, I'll just leave it with you guys. I'm sure you guys will get a copy of the deck, but those are the two that I like to call out because I spend an inordinate amount of time working with clients and governments in those areas. So indulge me. So predictions. Someone said just now predictions are never correct, but they are fun. And this was really interestingly written before 2023, end 2023. So I always find it fun to show it and see whether, how far we've gone. So depending on how you want to take it, we had the first contact with AI. I'm not sure whether everyone's aware. It's sort of like swept under the carpet by Meta. We were the products. We know that in advertising. We had a brush with that. And I don't think, and we can argue, we can have a chat outside, I don't think we've really solved that social problem with the first contact with AI. And now, we're kind of like slapping on another layer to it right now. The only difference is that the AI from before, the narrowband AI from before, allowed us to destroy democracy slowly, election engineering and so forth, which you're going to see very big now. But with the current generation of AI, as we give it agency over our weaponry and our systems, there is no a rewind button. It's just one go. So that really scares me. I know maybe it doesn't scare people in this room, but it scares me because I'm thinking about the future generations and how they're going to adopt. And they're so comfortable with AI, right? So we haven't solved the first contact with AI. So we are in Gen AI right now. And you heard just now that all investors are really crazy about that. But if you really peek through the data, the valuation and the value creation from Gen AI or large language models are a minuscule 10% of the corporate bottom line. So a lot of fancy use cases, chatbot, CustServe, a lot of use cases being new law practitioners reading through long text. The thing that's stopping it from doing really, really useful work is this thing called a context window. So right now, we can handle 70K, 100K context, which is like basically 70,000 words that you can type till your fingers get really tired. But imagine, by the end of this year to early next year, we're going to get 1 million tokens context windows. What does that mean? It means that you can upload a library or a few books at it, and it gives it a longer-term memory instead of a short-term memory. Short-term memory leads to, as we know, hallucination. You lose the plot along the way as you ask it more and more questions. So that's really interesting that we're going to face. And then we achieve something called, what I call in the book, the fork. which we're in right now, I argue that we've only got the next couple of years to do the right thing by humanity. So it's one thing to close one eye and say, let AI take over and control everything because we trust it to create new financial derivatives. We trust it to win the Ukraine war. We trust it to solve for an objective function and come back with us, right? It's very easy for humans, and we've shown that over hundreds of years to just let other people do the work. It is a fork the next couple of years that we will decide whether I call it the Star Trek, which is the utopian, or the dystopian scenarios. So in between that, there are two things that people always talk about, the definitions for AGI and ASI. AGI is when the machine can perform 99% of all the tasks that we can do. So anything you think of, they can do better than us. And then super intelligence on top of that. So I did, because I had a lot of free time, go even deeper. Again, it's quite a lot of details. But if you look and unpack those years, what I attempted to do was give a year-by-year narrative of how this goes. So this is being discussed by a lot of governments right now. And for me, it's good because it just causes discussion among people. And I urge everyone in the room, write about it, talk about it, experiment with it. The more humanity knows about this, the better it is, right? Instead of it being in the hands and rooms and brains of a few big companies or a few big people within those companies. So 2024, that's where we are right now. 2025, you're going to see all of the transformers hitting 90% score tests. They're talking about Turing tests that we're going to break through. 26 is when the CEOs will then rush to deploy. AGI is about 2027. If you talk to all the people out there, 2027, 28, 29, those are the 2-3 years gap window. Before that, Jeffrey Hinton, for those of you who know, was saying that it's, even Ray Kurzweil said that's 2045 and out, but now unanimously, 2027, 2029. So to me, that's kind of scary as well, that everyone's kind of like converging on that. So it's no longer a discussion of whether we will hit AGI or not, it's when, right? And then the renaissance in tech, and then that's when we'll look at some new policies that we need. The workforce policies, the government policies that we have today will no longer hold. It will no longer hold. And by the year 2028, you will see a lot of that in the elections, especially in the big countries. It will be the main, it's already in as a big agenda in the current elections, but by 2028, it will be all over the place, right? So bring it closer to home, because the audience I'm talking to is more interested in this. Some of the connections, and we double pack, triple pack that, is around some of the things that I find are a bit more interesting, some of the industries that we track. So with the build, and this is like day work for us, the build of these autonomous agents in the virtual worlds, right? I think that's the word that you use, spatial computing, virtual worlds. For it to take on tasks on your behalf. Like, for example, we had that before with the Axie Infinity stuff, which is like play to earn. That's the easy bits. But right now, if, for example, in the NVIDIA, that may be too close, that example. In a virtual factory that your clients have, and I'm sure you guys are working with those in manufacturing as well, if they do a simulation, the twin of that factory, after they perform the simulation and after work needs to be done, and if that needs to be embodied in some physical work, how much of that goes into in a client solution provider engagement, how much of that goes into your books and how much stays with them? So those are some of those questions that we're really grappling with right now. And I'll be the first to raise my hands, that even with my law departments and cyber law and new law, we're still muddling through some of these agreements. So that's really, really interesting. The virtual and physical realities, real experiences, and sustainability and eco-friendly practices, the energy used for these kind of things that we're talking about is insane. So one ChatGPT prompt, or one prompt, I think it's about 5 or 6 or 7 gallons of water. Depends, it's gallons. It's like 5, 6, or 7 gallons of water. So it's as if we are, we had the big green movement, I think it was like 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago. Do you guys notice that that's quietened down and it's like making way for the value creation in this new industry that we're talking about? But the problem is still there. So it will create a new dynamic where certain countries with those facilities will have better competition and value power in the new world that we're talking about. So the other one that I wanted to really cover was around the retail and shopping experience. So all the stuff that we've done current in this last 2 years is really around the retail, shopping, and virtual banking experiences. So none of it is transactional. So I mean, there's been a couple of banks that said that can we go all the way down the stack into the blockchain and make some of those transactions true. But I'm just being very practical. I'm sharing with the audience that most of the work has been on the skin layer, on the integration with the virtual branch, and basically educating the new generations on how to do banking with them. So I know it doesn't sound very sexy, but they're paying lots and lots of money basically to rerun a lot of these campaigns. So the thing that I would share with the audience is that while XR on its own seems like an industry on itself, but I think the best way to think about it is to merge it within a larger digital transformation or omni-channel piece of work. At least those are the conversations that I have with the clients. It normally starts this way. So how do I monetize all the way to the consumer? And then they will have all those big blocks of stuff. And AI, as you guys know, will be one of those big blocks. And then at the end of it, the downstream where it touches rubber meets the road, there will always be an apportionment for conversions and making money from marketing, ad spend, and all those kind of stuff. So those are stuff that we work with a lot. And obviously, being a solutions provider, we've got all of the ecosystem. So we are also very happy to work with all ecosystem partners to come co-build some of the solutions with us. So that's one thing that I have to say, because I think that's really important. No one in this world can go at it alone. So my team, we are really building out this ecosystem on the XR, emerging tech, and AI. And we also do investments in startups as well. The second part of it is actually to co-market together. So there are a few things. So ourselves, PwC, we are big. I think we've got presence in all of the Sandbox, Decentra. I think we are one of those few that have got some parts of our balance sheet on crypto as well. So that sounds really interesting 2 years ago, but I think we really went deep into that. If we were to stack that in epochs or years, the only thing that I would like to bring out, and I wish I had highlighted this before, is that the photorealistic avatars, the beginning of it will be virtual. So everyone's familiar with life extension, escape velocity. So now we're talking about buying back time with the advancements with drug discovery that will give us back time. So there is a cutoff. I think those that are before 75 or 70 has a good shot, basically, at life extension. But we'll talk about that outside. But the avatars will give us virtual immortality, and they will emulate real humans because they train off our data, for those of you who watch Her and that kind of stuff. And that's real. We've seen that happen. And then as agents and companions, and the one that's really, really difficult right now in real world is as co-workers, how do we pay them? How do we apportion value to that? Because we are getting clients coming to us to say that it seems like all the work that you've done in the past couple of months has been done by someone else. So, but you're charging me flat rates at this amount for that. So even the discussions around how we pack those rates are very interesting discussions that I would love to have with anyone who's willing to outside as well. So the other thing that I'm going to put out there is that AGI will be achieved in the metaverse first. So it's like a microcosm. So you think AGI. So a lot of people, when they think AGI, the impression they have is that walking robot like Tesla, like Figure and stuff like that, like shaking hands with you and being autonomous and conscious. However, for those in the room, I'm sure you guys are very experienced, I have a high degree of confidence and probability where the agents will first become conscious, will become really super intelligent, will be doing work for us if we allow it to, will be in the metaverse, with that chart I had just now. The last point that I want to leave you with is that there will be social behavioral problems. It's coming. I think as a society, we are pushing that down the line quite a fair bit. I think humanity is guilty of that. There's going to be quite a lot of boundaries of ethical freedoms. So like, for example, avatars will hold jobs on our behalf, but social implications of what you can do in real life versus what you can't do. I don't think anyone has approached that kind of framework properly yet. I don't think anyone has really approached that yet. And then what does the meaning of sentient life mean? And ethical rights around that. I know I've left a lot with that. It's a discussion that goes quite far out, but I hope that I can leave with you that all these technologies don't stand alone as one. The metaverse, although everyone says is trending down, I believe is actually going to power up as the face of the 3D internet with AI, and it's going to be the first place where we will see AGI. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Luke, for the session. We will now have a short break for coffee, and we'll come back to this stage at 3:35 for the next session in the gaming entertainment track. I also encourage you to answer the conference survey and poll in the Huawei app, since they will boost your score for the leaderboard and your chance of winning our prize. Feel free to go grab some coffee and come back at 3:35. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Our next two sessions are in the gaming, entertainment, and media track. First, we have the session Fiction Meets Future, Storytelling in the Age of AI and Immersion, presented by Mr. Joe Millward, who is the executive producer and chief technologist at 18 Degrees, and Ms. Mel Pohl, founder and managing director at 18 Degrees. We will hear about the potential of AI and XR in the film and TV industry, exploring how AI is streamlining production workflows and empowering creators to build interactive stories where viewers' choice shaping the plot. Please join me in welcoming Joe and Mel to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for joining us in the late afternoon. I know it's been a big conference. So we want to talk about, the topic we're talking about basically is Fiction Meets Future, and we'll jump straight in.
We'll introduce ourselves. I'm Mel Poole. I run a film production company in Brisbane, Australia. We've been producing films for the last 12, 13 years in Brisbane. So we do film and we also do interactive, and we work with a lot of agencies and brands to meld those two things. So essentially we're storytellers, and we started off in just straight linear feature film work, and over the last 5 years or so, and especially during COVID, we had funding for an animation that we made in Unreal Engine. So we sort of took a deep dive into polygons and lots of other things that I had never heard about. And that has led us into the XR world. So we're going to talk a little bit today about how we've utilised the various different XR technologies for that particular project, but also how we see that playing out in the future, some of the new AI tools that we're using to integrate into that project, and also from a commercial and brand point of view. So.
And I'm Joe Millward. I'm a veteran of AWE. This is my 7th, and been in the XR space for about 10 years, working both in education, with large corporates, and in the film industry. Have a background working at Autodesk. I was lucky enough to work with the team that worked on Avatar and King Kong and Happy Feet, so lots of different amazing studios in my past, and been diving feet first into this technology for the last 10 years. So what I wanted to do is kick off where we are today. So the technology in regards to the fidelity of avatars has dramatically increased in the last 2 to 3 years. We've seen obviously the metahumans by Epic being released, but also things like the codec avatars by Meta, which we're getting to a point where the uncanny valley is starting to become a thing that we're actually able to get over. So I believe in the next 12 to 18 months, we'll probably see the fact that these really high fidelity avatars are going to be available in real-time worlds. This is a work of a friend of mine, Melvin from Mortar Studios. It's a real-time version of one of the characters out of Black Panther.
In terms of, from a film and television and content viewing perspective, when we talk about spatial computing and how that's being used, we're still sort of seeing that, a lot of it is being consumed in a fairly linear 2D content sort of way. So big screen is essentially just, replicating the 2D experience in a virtual environment. And what we are building is what will be the next step.
Some of the areas we are seeing opportunities in spatial computing is in pre-production. So there's an amazing new startup called Rethink, who are basically taking sort of workrooms, building it for the creative and entertainment space. So they're integrating things like Adobe Suite and other things to allow you to bring in your existing Photoshop content, your existing videos, but then also they've integrated AI so they can generate 3D models, 3D assets, and also 2D assets inside, and allow folks to collaborate in that space. So we're definitely seeing that being something that's going to accelerate in the next 12 to 18.
And we'll also talk a little bit more about some of the tools that we're using as storytellers. In particular, one tool, Athelia. We'll talk a little bit more about Athelia soon. But I think it's really exciting for us as storytellers, the advancements in generative AI. We're seeing studios, consider and uptake these things as we start to sort of, interact with some of the major Hollywood studios. So, it's exciting from a storytelling point of view as the sort of models become more personalized and as we can create a world around our data and our story and our narrative. So.
I guess the big part of it is we're realising is with the current generation of AI models, they're not designed for narrative. So they're designed to, anticipate the next word. So they don't understand story or scope. And there's also issues with the current open models in regards to their data integrity, the privacy, the copyright issues as well. So the studios themselves aren't actually adopting these technologies in production. They're playing around with them, they're looking at them at the moment, but they're definitely, we don't see someone using OpenAI, for example, in a major studio because the copyright issues with that and the fact that they're open models, they're not going to allow that stuff to be shared to the broader public.
And I think I think that also has commercial application. Like what we're finding is that we started, we've been working a lot in creating these, and working with Athelia that we'll talk about in a little while, in the closed loop, sort of creating a narrative, creating a voice and your own voice. And I think that's where it also has a crossover into the commercial advertising and branding world. So, yep. So let me introduce you to the project that sparked our foray into XR, if you will. So this is Metropius. We began working on Metropius just before COVID, and we had funding to make an animated pilot TV series, a pilot for a TV series. So we made a 20-minute animation in Unreal Engine, and since then we have created comics with built-in AR capabilities. We've created VR experiences. We've created, and then we've added the layer of generative AI onto our 3D models. So in a little while, we'll also show you an example of one of those interactions that we created for our panel at South by Southwest last year. So Metropius has had funding from our local Screen Body. It also won an Epic Mega Grant and a bunch of awards. It won a writing award in Australia, Australia's highest writing award, an Augie Award, and it also won an award for cinematography in Australia. So we're really excited with building it in Unreal Engine and having our world created and all of the assets. We're really excited about using that in various different forms in an XR way. So that's why we're here.
Yeah, and we'll show you the trailer now. So this is the trailer, and it's available online on YouTube as well.